Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of D-Fourtress, episode 19 this go around. Just a couple quick things before we get into it. Andrew, if you want to take over for if you have any announcements or anything, send out.
Wait,
over
which
to you.
Andrew? No, I'm just kidding.
I kind of have an announcement.
All right,
Ooh,
let's hear
yeah.
it.
Have we
Yeah.
started?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we streaming?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're up.
Excellent. So I was at the Utah Renaissance Fair last week, and
That was last week.
of all of the vendors that were there, we my daughter and I kind of zeroed in on one particular vendor that just had a lot of cool nerdy stuff, and we ended up buying a blue Legend of Zelda ocarina from them,
Ooh.
as well as a this little steel drum. Now, a couple days later, I get this emailed receipt for the two items. Guess who we bought them from?
We geek together.
We bought them from our sponsor, We
Oh.
Geek Together.
Yeah.
Had no
Didn't
idea.
even realize.
That's correct.
That's hilarious. I love it.
Yes.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing I love about our sponsors. They're at all of the random events. So like Renaissance Fair, they're at Evermore. They're all over the place doing events. No, they're super awesome. I genuinely love their store and everything they're doing.
Yeah. The guy who was in charge was a very boisterous and very
The one with the
charming nerd
man bun.
himself. Man bun, big beard. Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't catch his name, but that was fun to be like, wait a minute, why is our sponsor on my credit card? Receipt? Like, what is this?
Yeah, that would be
And I
Andy.
realized it was
He's
legitimately that.
awesome. He's a lot of fun to talk to.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. And actually, I guess that's a fantastic segue into our sponsor, We Geek Together. Go figure. So just to shout them out a little more and kind of roll off just some examples of other things they do. So I have their event page up right now, and it's like, oh, they got D&D date night. They got free paint night stuff. They got Geek Together painting contests, like painting miniatures. They do Magic the Gathering, Warhammer stuff. I mean, just everything nerdy. Like you said, you got an ocarina from them. So it's like they're not limited to just D&D, just like everything geeky and nerdy. And I absolutely love them. So if you are in the Provo area, definitely go check them out. And then also just to bounce back on our stuff as well. Remember, go to D-Fourtress.com, DFOURTRESS.com. You can pick yourself up a shirt, some merch, all handmade, good quality and everything. All of the character artwork is done by Erica. And we will be adding a lot of fun stuff here in the next couple months as well. But anyways, that's everything for our announcements, at least on our end, with merch and sponsorships.
All right. Outside of that, only other announcements I could think of is make sure to catch us streaming on our own things, streaming some gaming. You can catch me at g.va. That's G_DOT_VA. And that here on Twitch, or you can catch Andrew streaming on Twitch at Special Sauce. That's special_sauce with a bunch of capitals and lowercase.
Kind of all over the place.
Yep. Looks like somebody had a stroke while typing it out.
Special.
No, it's like, honestly, I did it way before, but it reminds me of that SpongeBob meme where he's like the chicken. No.
Yep.
Special sauce.
Yep.
Ooh.
All right.
Well, on that note too, if you guys are interested, we are playing a Paragon's Gate, a stream of Baldur's Gate 3, and we did just figure out a mod that actually allows us to add all of the Paragon characters. So if you're lucky, you might catch all of us playing together on stream, or mismatch on who's there. But either way, Paragon going through Baldur's Gate 3 if that's something you're interested in.
All right. Well, without further ado, we can get into tonight's episode. Let's go ahead and roll the intro.
Wow.
And
Suddenly in a town.
Yep.
What's happening?
So,
Loading screen.
yep.
Yep.
Auto-save icon going.
Loading all the assets.
Everything Gavin says is just the note text at the bottom. Did you know that you could curl a monkey?
Oh wow, that's old reference.
That's great.
So, last we left off, Paragon had gone around collecting their various rewards from the excursion that they went on, as well as upon collecting the staff from Grimshaw, Artavon sharing some concerns with working with Grimshaw and his crew, despite the benefits they could do. Certain bit of wariness that he had been harboring. They were able to go, as well as return to Dante's apartment and collect the gift that Bjorn had left for Wayne, a little drift globe. But most notably of all, the Paragon had gone to the small student housing owned by one Amelia Novali, to which she invited them in for tea and some food, and also invited them to spend the night and to get to know her rescuers a little bit. She revealed that she was a student at the White Tower Academy here. However, desired to get more hands-on experience, and requested that the Paragon take her along for the adventures. So, that is where we left off. Paragon, the time is now yours.
So we had left off right before going to bed, right? That's kind of
Yeah.
what we were doing.
Yeah, so
sure,
I can
yeah.
actually go and change.
Because I was in a bath enjoying a good book, and I'm writing notes right next to Amelia's notes as well. I too also think that's a good idea.
I'd say that whoever has the staff, Princess picks their pocket to take the staff, as if they wouldn't notice, and runs along and delivers it up to Amelia on Vivi's orders, of course.
Oh, hello. For me? Okay. She'll like reach out and she'll like gently grab it. Not sure if she's supposed to.
So
this was probably stolen.
It is still like wrapped. It is still like wrapped in a cloth. As Princess goes and hands it over to you.
Thank you.
And if monkeys could purr, that's whatever that would sound like.
You'd be like, "Oh, thank you." Then
it's
it's
really more of like a gargle,
like phlegm, just
just a vocal fry gargle that he tries to.
He starts foaming at the mouth.
Amelia will reach into her coin pouch and pull out like a gold piece as a tip to Princess.
And Princess's eyes get like the big sparkle.
Yeah, she'll just open palm, hand it down. But
snatches it and like runs away.
Okay. Then Amelia, I think, she was on her way. I think she was going to her room. She has to like get it all situated for Cosmo to also sleep in there. So she'll head into her room, and I think she'll put that down on the, I don't know, like the boudoir or something, and then she'll look at it.
Better return it to whoever it is tomorrow, whoever it belongs to.
She'll for sure ask.
Yeah.
Cool. And that is the spider staff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Super cool.
She'll be all
excited to see what it does. Yeah. Spider.
Yeah, and that's something that she'll need to attune to overnight.
Okay. I'll do that before bed, I guess. It takes an hour to attune?
For our campaign, it takes an action to attune, but 1 minute to unattune.
Oh, she just sits there for a second. All of the stuff comes into her brain.
It just stands there for a second.
An action to attune, but a minute to unattune to it.
So you don't have to do an overnight attunement.
Nope.
No.
Dang.
She just looks at it and says, "This is mine now," and it's hers.
She's like, "Okay." She just attunes so that she can know what it does, and she's like, "All right."
This is basically, it's just the scene from Spider-Man 1 where you just like wake up, take off your glasses, and now you're shooting webs everywhere.
Awesome. Yeah, she'll add that next to her other staff that she has.
Just go, web, go. Cosmo will probably like kind of wander in a little bit later and just like poke her head in. Just like, hello.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you are giving the stuff already. Oh,
okay. So it was a gift, not stolen.
Oh, yeah, totally. Good. At least I think so. I mean, Wayne and Vivi were talking about giving it to you.
Well, maybe I will ask Wayne if it was stolen later.
Who gave it to you?
Princess did.
Oh, it was stolen.
Oh.
But I believe it was meant for you, so I think it's okay.
I mean, okay. We'll see. We'll see if I'll keep it. But it's very kind.
No problem.
Are you wanting to attire now? Were you able to bathe and everything?
Oh yeah, it's fine. Water. I'm okay. I can go to sleep now or later, you know.
Okay.
I can sleep. I can fall asleep very fast.
That is very good. I'm not very I'm not the best at quieting my mind, so.
Yeah,
It
I
takes me a bit.
can just lay on the floor.
Oh, well, my bed has room for 2 if you would like to. You can sleep on one, I'll sleep on the other. I don't mind.
I mean, I am used to sleeping on hard surfaces, so whatever you want. Whatever makes you more comfortable. I'm comfortable either way.
I'm comfortable with what you're comfortable with. If you would like to sleep on the floor, I can hand you a pillow and we can sleep that way.
Hey.
Okay.
Where do you want to eat?
It's clear Cosmo does not get many interactions with her own gender.
Yeah. Amelia's a little awkward too. Like, she doesn't quite know what to say, so she's all polite right now.
Cosmo has never had a girl pal before. A gal pal. It's very awkward. She'll just kind of like shuffle in and just like slowly sit on the floor.
All right,
Just
you
like-
can be comfortable there. She'll hand you like it's like a tea. It smells like lavender and stuff that's supposed to help you rest. So this should, you say you fall asleep easily, but this kind of helps relax you.
Oh, I mean, I'm already relaxed, but they look. Oh my gosh, this tastes so good. What is it? What is it?
Oh, it's a lavender honey tea. Nothing special. Use it to go to bed.
Does it taste good with chocolate?
Oh, I'm not sure.
She'll like pull one of the chocolates she stashed away at the table and just like nibble on it, drink it. It does.
Oh, I'll take your word for it. And then she'll get her own.
Yeah,
And
she'll
she'll
just
sit
like
down.
put the chocolate in the tea and just like swirl
Oh,
it around.
let it like melt.
Yeah.
She just watches.
Yeah. Just like, I am a genius. I am making history right now. I'm sure of it.
If anyone wants to do anything before we go to bed, I want to have like a conversation with Cosmo, like as you're falling asleep and your mind is like working.
Pillow talk.
So if someone,
Is it?
so if someone wants to do something before, because that might be like a good transition.
Right.
I think I would fall asleep sprawled out in the bathtub.
Oh,
No, wait, that's how kids drown.
a servant
But,
will
like,
come in and be like,
arms hanging
"Sir,
over
sir!"
Like arms hanging over the edges, feet dangling over the edges too.
Bubbles
You're like-
conveniently floating over the right place. But slowly popping. Oh no. Oh gosh.
I think I said last time, but yeah, Dante's already sleeping. He found like the most comfortable looking couch
the
or
recliner.
recliner.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yep.
the
Yeah.
dad sleep.
Snoring
with the
loud.
arms
Yes.
folded.
Yes.
I do have a small, tiny little side quest that I'd like to do before going to sleep. It shouldn't take long.
Alrighty.
When you want to go for that, Gavin, let me know.
Yeah. If it's gonna be before going to sleep, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So, what are you doing, Vivi?
Vivi is actually going to step out and go. So we're in the city, yes.
Yeah. So you're in like the student housing streets a little bit. It's pretty late at night.
Sure. Shouldn't be too hard to find like a local alley, a back alley, something with a lot of trash in it, maybe where the trash is kept. And Vivi is going to go seek out the local rat population and attempt to find a swarm of rats.
All right. Go ahead and make a let's see, make either a perception or animal handling check. Oh, perception, animal handling, or survival, your choice.
Okay. Now I'd be making this on D&D Beyond, right? Because we don't have
Yeah,
Foundry
we
open.
don't have Foundry open right now.
I'm gonna say survival, and that'll be a 13. And if I may, I'd like to add a D4 guidance on that.
Go ahead.
Total of 15.
Total of 15. I would say it takes you a little while, but after a little while, you're not finding much. So as you wander out a little bit into the dark, you do manage to find in between, down on one of the next streets over, in between a couple of the student houses, there's a pile of garbage and stuff in between. You're going, well, I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. There's empty red cups everywhere.
The red solo cup.
Yep, red solo
College
cups.
kids.
Yeah.
There's some college kids passed out on lawns and stuff. But as you're looking through, you don't see anything immediately, but you do. You hear the little scuttle of one going with an old piece of food in its mouth as you see one rat emerge from a trash bag, look at you, and then scuttle away, but scuttle down a nearby manhole.
Okay. Well, as Vivi passes the passed out college student, he does in fact draw some crude genitalia on the foreheads of the drunken youths, and then heads over to the
Make
manhole
a sleight of hand check.
cover. Sure.
Don't get a nat 1.
Yeah.
Get in that
With
one.
A
Advantage.
dirty 20.
Dirty
Wow,
20.
never mind. Didn't
They
need
are
advantage.
out cold. You just, as you do it, they're like,
Mirrored a little.
Little piece of charcoal that I've got stashed in my pack, just kind of just drawn some dicks on the dumb college boys.
Oh
As
my
you do.
gosh.
right. So as you pass, they do not notice your interference whatsoever.
Also, I signed Vivi was here across the face of the
Oh gosh.
and then head over to the, you said manhole cover.
Yes, there is a slightly ajar manhole.
Okay, I'll stand at the edge of the manhole and play my violin, a gentle, sweet, low tune, while prestidigitating the smell of fresh, moldy, moldy, delicious, stinky cheese
Alrighty.
into the air with prestidigitation.
All right. So as you're doing that, go ahead and give me an animal handling, and because you did that prestidigitation, go ahead and do it with advantage.
That'll be a 16.
16.
I'm
Okay.
gonna add, if I may again, add my own +1 17 total for
Alright.
guidance.
Okay. So as you're doing it, eventually you hear just the little squeak, and then you see that rat you saw climb out, and then another, and then another, and then another, followed
Vivi
by
backs away gently, still playing, giving them space and respect, because these beasts are very skittish. So I give them space and continue playing. See if I can coax more out.
Yeah.
You're the Pied Piper, man.
So as you're coaxing them out, I would say with the 17, you manage to get like maybe a solid dozen out of there,
Hey.
just like sniffing around.
And when that happens, I would like to cast. I have animal friendship.
Cool.
All right.
So this is my free cast of the day.
Okay.
Convince a beast you mean it no harm. Choose a beast that you can see. So as a swarm of rats, if it can be considered a single unit, if that works. The beast's intelligence cannot be higher than 4.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this beast must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against my 15.
Yeah. Let me just pull up the stat block real quick and see if a collective rat swarm is smart enough.
I mean, they are very smart beasts.
Yes, they are.
Rats are very, very intelligent little creatures.
They're known for. Yeah.
You never know where they might pop up.
Swarm of rats. Nope, they do not have the intelligence to do it. So it's a wisdom, you said?
Wisdom, DC 15.
DC 15. That is a 12 total.
Excellent. As I continue to play, I prestidigitate to clean and freshen them all up because they've just come out of a very dirty place.
Yep.
So that they are all but a good, still a good smell that they would appreciate, like a pleasant musk that everyone can agree with. And then I just invite them to follow me, and I go back to the apartment.
Alrighty. Those are going, all the
Infestation.
rats, they kind of scuttle over the sleeping college kids, and they're like, As one of them gets covered in rats, you hear him go, "Stop it."
Princess picks that one's pocket.
Give me like
19.
Yeah. As Duda definitely does not have much on him, but given that he's passed out, you're able to see it immediately as it goes, and he manages to pull out just a tiny little glass flask of vodka.
Ooh.
Okay.
Now, where did that college kid get that?
I head back to it's Amelia's apartment, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Head back, and when it comes time, if we're passing by other people, Vivi is going to gently invite the rats to actually jump into a special pouch that he's got on his person just for them.
All right. Nice little breathable, roiling sack.
Right.
Yes.
All right.
And I drop some of my. I have 15 pounds of beef that was procured from another adventure, and so I toss in a slab for the rats.
All right.
Let's call that 14 pounds of beef now.
All right.
Bag of
They are having the time of their lives right there.
Great. Thank you. And then I'd just like to make my way back to the apartment.
All right. So you come in with a churning large bag of something. I think everybody else is winding down for bed, so I don't think anybody is there to notice you quite yet.
Oh my gosh.
Nope.
Not at all.
Definitely not Wayne.
What a matter if I was.
Oh gosh.
All right. So, unless anybody else would like to do anything else, as you are winding down for the night, each of you have had a stressful last few days. And so being comfortable, I guess all but one of you being comfortable.
Aw.
Sorry, Artavan.
Yeah, he's fine with it.
But yeah, but having that time pressure, that ticking time bomb in the form of your friend's life on the line or your own life on the line be gone, it's a nice, pretty relaxing sleep for you guys. But before sleep finds you, Amelia, you wanted to do something?
Yeah, I think so. Cosmo's laying on the ground and I'm laying on the bed.
Yeah.
And she's kind of like, she thinks a lot while she's sleeping. You can choose, I guess, how asleep Cosmo is or is going to be.
She's like staring at the ceiling, like her eyes are just.
It's like a slumber party. We gotta go to bed, but I'm too excited to sleep.
Kind of. Yeah, she's trying really hard to stay awake as long as possible.
I think we've probably been quiet for a bit. Like Amelia's been like reading something or whatever. But she'll just be like, she's not gonna like look at you. She's just laying in bed. Cosmo, are you? Oh, you're awake still?
Yeah.
Oh. Do you wish to fall asleep? Should I leave you alone?
It's fine. It's fine.
I've never like come close to dying before. Is that something you guys are used to?
That got really intense really fast.
So I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Yeah, we do. That's a short answer. We do. A lot. I did die.
Oh, okay. She's quiet for like a good minute. Okay. Okay. I really wish to come with you guys.
Then
I've
by
always-
all means, come with us.
Do you want to do an insight check?
Sure. Oh boy.
Cosmo and her wisdom of 8.
That's -3.
Oh, it's...
We'll see. Okay, 16. Not too bad. Not too shabby.
Wow. Yeah. I think you can tell, even though you're kind of sleeping, since that's really high for you. I feel like so.
It is. It's so high for me.
She's like worried about dying, not just to die, but there's like something she wants to accomplish before she dies. Okay.
I mean, as long as you have us with you, you won't actually die for good. I mean, I didn't, because I had Wayne and Arthur.
I really hope so. You guys were very strong and very good in that battle before.
Very intense.
I trust you guys, at least with protecting me.
That's good, because that's what'll keep you from not dying.
Do you have advice on how to stay safe in a battle, or do you just you just kind of ran in there? I'm not sure if you're the best to ask.
I kind of don't even know what I'm doing. Like, literally, I am not myself when I fight. I am something else that is living in my head.
Oh.
I'm realizing I have a lot of baggage.
Maybe. Do you want to know something about you that I think about you?
Sure.
That's a weird way to put it. You are so happy, Cosmo. I don't know if you realize how strange that is, considering where you came from.
If I did not have this fake it till you make it kind of positive attitude, I wouldn't be here. Kind of keeps me going when things get a little more tough.
Okay. If you need someone to talk to about it, I'll listen. I know we don't know each other. I just think it's incredible that you're so put together and kind and happy despite everything.
Oh, stop it. Okay. That's that amazing.
Cosmo's now a red tiefling.
Yes. This is something that definitely had to be done. I wasn't always like this. I learned very quickly that you aren't necessarily born kind towards others. It's something you have to teach yourself or have someone else teach you. My mother was very kind, but she did not follow the same things I did in terms of the battlefield. I have made a personal vow never to kill anyone again, at least not directly. I can maim or seriously injure, but not kill. Whereas both my parents are more along their entire culture revolves around more of the wolf-bearing type. So they didn't necessarily share my sentiments, but my mother at least supported me and said if it is what I feel is right, then I should pursue it.
That's very good.
Yeah.
I agree that kindness is taught.
It's something one has to teach oneself.
You can teach it to others too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. I think we should stop talking because I might get back into darker topics.
It's fine.
Maybe later.
I'm learning that everything that involves what I used to be and what I used to have is a dark topic, so I'm fine.
But you really like chocolate now.
I love chocolates. It's my favorite thing.
I could tell. I can tell.
I wouldn't say it's an addiction. I can stop whenever I want.
You just
But I definitely want it all the time.
Well, I suppose time will tell if you'll be able to stop.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So, eventually, both of you drift off to sleep. When Amelia, you find your elven meditation. That kind of pseudo sleep. And you guys can all take a long rest.
Cosmo doesn't snore, but she does sleep directly on her face.
Amelia's worried, like, that's so bad for you. She needs to flip over.
She's just planking, basically.
You go and you lift up her horns. You just.
It's like in Brooklyn Nine-Nine when he falls asleep in the bowl of water.
Yeah.
You left him alone with a bowl of water? It's just a bowl of water. Oh no. Why would you think that? Yeah, why would you leave me alone?
I do think Amelia is probably not strong enough to lift her head. She's like,
So I looked at it. Cosmo does not have 8 in wisdom. Cosmo has 4 in wisdom.
Oh my god.
that is a dump stat if I've seen one.
Everything else is pretty darn good.
It's
That means you rolled
because-
4 ones. But never mind, I can't math. One of those is a
3
2.
3 ones and a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember now when we rolled for stats, we were doing it just like,
I remember it being
that's
low.
good, that's good, that's good, that's good.
19,
Oh no.
15, 15. Yeah, I was just like, oh no. I'm just gonna put that on wisdom because she only has one eye.
Yeah, we went up the perception thing and the zero street smarts thing and
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
-3.
It's been entertaining thus far.
You rolled very well on that
Just
insight check.
I
pray,
did. I rolled so well. I rolled a 19.
just pray I don't throw anything at you that causes frighten.
Oh no.
Frightens you. Or any magic caster with any easily accessed spell ever.
Oh man, that's my kryptonite. I can't freaking see.
Alrighty, so as you guys wake, the new day finds ya.
I thought I was so well hidden.
I do. So Amelia only needs like 4 hours of rest, right?
Yeah.
I think because she promised Wayne that she would make a meal for for him and everybody. I think she'll spend like however much time. I don't know. She'll make something. What's a good? Let's
Spend
say
a
breakfast
couple
thing
hours
that takes.
turning Cosmo's head so she can breathe.
I'm not sure what meal takes a long time, but it'll be like a really nice meal that takes like
You're making eggs Benedict.
Yeah,
with
she'll make
salmon crusted. I don't know.
Andrew,
Sure.
stop
Salmon
because
crusted.
legitimately, like me as a dungeon master, I am really hungry right now.
I
haven't-
Go make
I have-
something really good.
Yeah.
So you guys will wake up to the smell of like a gourmet breakfast.
Yeah, I would say like cream cheese croissants, cream cheese croissants, fish, like salmon, and eggs Benedict and all that stuff.
She's
So
not the best at cooking, but there are cooks here, so she.
Yeah, she did it, but a lot of it is Amelia, as you're trying to cook. A lot of the servers and staff that your parents have hired is like, oh, my lady, no, it's like this, and then they politely.
So you stir like this, not like this.
You gotta take the cover off the knife.
And so
Oh, that's why it was smashing.
yeah, and so there's as you guys wait to the breakfast, there is clear signs of change in quality of when she was left to her own devices versus when she was receiving direct guidance, or they politely took over.
In all the ones I make, because she knows she's not the best, I'm gonna pull out a pinch of I have a Heward's handy spice pouch, so I just put it in there and it just, whatever seasoning I want. So maybe it will be a bad seasoning, but maybe it's something that I'm like, what would taste good that would mask this? And then she just
Nice
Well,
big
no
tablespoon
matter-
of cumin.
Yeah, no matter how good or bad it is, Cosmo's going right for the ones she made.
Right. I kind of feel like the camera pans and you see Amelia working on this, and it pans back, and now the table's filled with all of us.
Right.
It suddenly appeared.
Yeah.
So
We know.
I fell asleep in the bathtub though, so I woke up to the smell. So I'm just gonna throw a towel on and then just go down to
As
breakfast
you
in a
come
towel.
out,
You're
the
so
water is
wrinkly.
pretty cool, and
So
you are
wrinkly.
you're like you're only
Prune.
wearing the towel. Your
Yeah.
whole body
Pruny.
is gross and pruned and
Whoa,
shriveled.
I am
what
covered in a
happened,
towel.
Dwayne?
Yeah.
Oh,
It was a really
do
good
you-
book.
Amelia would go, can you get him a robe, please?
Yes, mistress.
Oh,
I
your
don't think any of
arms
us
are
are
so-
phased.
Your arms are so
Yeah, I know.
wrinkly, like so. Whoa,
I know.
she'll-
Look at my
she'll, like,
fingers.
she'll like touch him and just like,
af-
whoa.
That'd be so
Vivi
sensitive.
actually stole his
Right.
clothes during the night, so he had nothing to put on when he came out of the
So,
bathroom.
after about a minute or so, the gentleman with the slick hair that let you in the day before comes to you, Wade, with a very soft, very silky bathrobe.
Oh no, I'm comfortable. It's okay. Thank you though.
Oh, Wayne, I insist.
Oh, well, okay. I then put it on because Amelia says it's fine.
And now Cosmo's gonna be like, whoa, so soft! And just like feel the arm, just like, kind of like a cat, just like, ooh.
Meanwhile, Princess is wearing Wayne's other clothes, like obviously like
Too
way
big.
too big for her, and she's like walking around doing like a Wayne impression, like.
Just waddling.
See, I feel like this is like a standard morning while we're out on the road, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just with nice food.
Amelia's sitting in the middle of all of this. She's just like,
This is new.
Oh,
And
and then
I'm just
even though
happy
I'm
to
right
be
there, I
here.
have my book right here, and then I'm mage handing again with the fork. And just
Yeah, and Cosmo's still just kind of petting his arm, just like, ooh. So
unfazed.
soft.
meanwhile, Vivi is like messing with this bag he's got. It's a little confusing. There's some weird noises coming from it, but he's just like, never mind, just keep eating.
As you're throwing little bits of breakfast in there.
Throwing little bits of breakfast in there. Yeah.
Yeah, you just see this lumpy, I don't want to say burlap, but it's like a thin fabric sack that seems to be twisting and turning.
What the heck?
Never you
Inside
mind.
check.
Eat your breakfast.
okay. That's her go-to thing. Okay.
Meanwhile, Vivi's like cooing, like doing little baby talk. Oh, aren't you guys the cutest little things? You're so freaking cute. Oh, the boop in the nose, the boopy, the boopy, the boopy. He's like baby talking at the
Why are
table.
you talking to us like
Um,
that?
Go ahead, make an animal handling check for me.
Oh no.
See, I just this is more to see that if for whatever reason the charm wears off, see if they will still like you.
Well, so it's supposed to be a 24-hour charm, but nevertheless,
I'm just saying for like if the charm wears off for whatever reason.
the virtual dice really love me. It's another dirty 20.
Dang.
Saw that.
Nice.
So, yeah, so you get the
Doesn't miss.
feeling that even beyond the charm, they're pretty happy being there and not in the sewers right now.
I
Everybody-
pressed. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. You go first.
I pressed to digitate like some lavender scent on them so that they're still nice and fresh and
Oh, a bag
presenting
of
as well.
moving spices. It makes sense.
We're weird.
You'll get used to it
people.
after a
It's
few days or a few weeks, a few months.
a few
Did you
years.
did you all sleep well?
Mhm.
Yes, thank you.
A bit wrinkly, but it was pretty comfortable.
I heard you slept in the bath, but to each their own.
It was nice and warm.
I will admit I was tempted to roll to see if Wayne would start drowning or not.
That's why I emphasized that his arms and legs were on the outside.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
For at least part of it.
Survives the mind flayer, dies the day after, falling asleep in the bathtub.
Yes. Oh my
There, I
God.
got a nat 20 on a survival check, so we're
All right,
good.
yeah, you're good. You're good.
I'm a
We're
bit
so
curious. Speaking of what was her name again? Gross squid face. What was her name?
Xylith.
That's the one. Speaking of which, Dante,
He was
Cosmo.
terrible.
are you still? Do you think you still have a little squirgler, a squirmer?
Oh,
inside
I
your brain?
didn't have one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Amelia.
Maybe it was me and
apparently
Amelia, actually. Amelia, how are you feeling?
The night right after, I felt a little dizzy, but I feel better today.
do we think that you're cured, or that maybe there's still something there?
Kevin, how are we feeling?
Well, you were paralyzed during this, BV, so kind of interestingly enough,
Oh,
you weren't
yeah.
unconscious, but you were they were behind you when this happened. When Xylith died, the things did crawl out of you, and then
Right.
both of you stomped on the parasite simultaneously.
I thought
Yeah, I'm
thought
pretty sure
Cosmo
so.
was
No.
informed that she had one.
No, it's a different thing inside my head. It's a different entity.
Oh,
that
so
one's
it-
still there.
It's
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
not
that's-
quite sentient, but
That's
it is
a relief.
definitely there, and it's concerning.
Well, that's less of a relief
It's
then.
okay. We have more pressing matters, I'm
relief-ish.
sure.
Yeah. Dude, thanks for your concern, but yeah, so far I'm feeling good.
Yeah,
I mean-
Princess is literally on Dante's shoulder, like seeing if she can peer into his ear.
Well, that's good.
I think I would be
We're
doing
glad
that to
to-
Cosmo too.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I would like to go back to the library at some point. I mean, I would love to talk to the professor to learn more, like what's going on inside here. And I have your horn, and I'm kind of like moving a little bit. There's something weird going on with you, and I don't know what it is.
Thanks for the concern.
Everyone's so
And I'm gonna
nice
start
to
a-
me.
just like touching her ear where he touched it, just like.
And I'm gonna start some small talk with the whole group and asking Amelia, are you sure your parents are gonna be okay with you joining our group for the time being? What are their thoughts on this gonna be?
Absolutely. They will hate it. 100%. They will probably come after me. But I wrote a letter last night. I'm going to send it off, and that should keep me good for some time.
Rebellion!
Would it help if they met us first?
No.
Oh, that would
It would
probably
actually-
be worse. That would probably be bad.
Unfortunately,
Dante's gonna be offended.
We're amazing people!
I fully agree that you guys are all amazing. They just have different standards for what they consider a good protection.
She gestures to Artemon, just like, look at that face! How could you say no to that face?
I look like I'm always
anyone.
scowling because he has that near sight, whatever, squinting.
Just a squint.
Yeah.
What?
No, I did wish to go on an adventure originally, but they wouldn't let me, so that's why I'm here instead of home being tutored. This is like the most that they allowed me to leave. Some are controlled, some are safe.
Sounds an awful lot like prison to me.
Well, school doesn't quite feel like that. I'm actually gonna miss the books and the people. Maybe not. Maybe some of the people, not all of them.
I mean, having to stay where instead of being able to go wherever.
Yes, I agree. But they love me, so I understand.
I would say at this point, as you say, maybe not some of the people. As you say that, I would imagine the camera pans out the front window, and you see some hungover-looking college kids with genitalia drawn over their faces, groggily
Yes.
marching towards school, none the wiser.
Oh my gosh, yes.
But so since I am coming with you, I don't have anything for adventuring. I don't know if we wish to go to a store. I could get something.
Oh yeah,
Was
we
that-
just stop off at a general store. There's some basic protection.
Yeah.
Personal
Didn't we
It's
say we
easy.
wanted to give her the that staff of web?
Oh, Princess
Oh.
already gave it to her.
I have that.
Oh.
Wayne.
Figures.
She'll like
Yes.
whisper. Was it stolen or given?
I mean, it was given to us, but it might have been stolen at some point.
Okay, that's all I care about. Thank you.
It was given to us and then stolen by Princess to give to you. How about that?
Oh, you know what? I
Yeah.
don't.
But I'm pretty sure the
any
people who
chance
gave
to
it to
have
us
a
might have
magical-
stolen it at some point.
Any chance
So
to
it's
have
stolen to be
something
given.
magical, I am all for it. I just need to know it didn't directly get stolen.
Not already.
Right.
No, it was a gift.
Mhm.
I think
Right.
it was definitely earned. I mean, we just wanted to show our thanks after your help with taking down that cult.
Oh. Well, I didn't do much. It just kind of showed up. You guys were the ones that saved me.
I
Well,
don't
then
know.
it's
Like I
mutual,
said, I
isn't it?
saw that weird deja vu magic that you were doing. It was really tripping me out, but it was really fascinating to look at.
What was it like, Wayne?
Well, it was like, have you ever heard the term deja vu before? Like where you feel like
No.
you're seeing some? Okay.
Wait, maybe. I don't
So
know.
deja vu originates.
Yes.
I'm now going to go
Yeah.
into a long tangent about
And
that.
Cosmo
I
wants
forgot what I was
nod.
originally
While
talking
that's
about.
while you're
Cosmo's fully
talking.
invested.
Oh wow, never mind then. If you're invested, I won't interrupt.
Yeah, I have now gone into the background of the term deja vu and examples of that, and will no longer explain the other one.
It's like, whoa, this is so cool.
So eventually, you all finish breakfast. You feel nice and well rested. Vivi, your rats are fed and seem content to nap in the bag. So as
they're our little daytime nappers.
yeah, yeah, I'm totally gonna go and make that into a short and just zoom in real close. Those of you that can't see due to small screens, there is an adorable little mouse in Jeremy's hoodie.
It's a rat.
It's a rat.
Little rat.
It's hard to see.
It's hidden.
Yeah,
Right ahead.
Yep.
No,
Go-
can't see it.
Tucking itself back into there.
A little 20 for stealth.
Avoid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stealth.
So cute.
But yeah, so as you go on, as you finish up the server, the help kind of comes and cleans up the plates, starts doing the dishes, starts wiping up after all the stuff, and you are, and then they kind of, they each kind of leave the area and leave you to your devices.
All right, let me change really quick, and then we can go. She's like already wearing something that looks appropriate, but she's gonna go.
Right. Princess, can I have my shirt back, please?
Oh, right.
Just the shirt, nothing else.
It's
She
a long
acquiesces
shirt.
to your request.
I
Thank
need,
you, Princess.
All right, I need to check this real quick. All
I
right,
hope
so
it's long.
monkeys do shed, so there's a bunch of loose monkey fur.
Oh, I would expect there to be.
Oh,
I just
itching at it every now and then.
I just had to Google, do capuchins shed?
Good thing I took a bath.
Yeah, but also for some reason it smells of drunken college student.
Yeah, you just smell just pungent alcohol.
Princess, have you been drinking? Can
Yeah,
monkeys
and
even
I
do
will say
that?
that little thing of vodka you got, it's almost like in a little crystal decanter, kind of with it. So it looks like very expensive. It's kind of the same thing, that same idea when you buy like a super tiny but really powerful like bottle of hot sauce kind of a deal. It's like got that feel to it. It's like very specially branded.
When Cosmo asked Princess if she was drinking, she pulls out her little crystal decanter and is like,
Make a con save for Princess.
Oh no!
"Oh, a con save for my familiar." So does it just use my constitution?
It would be no, it would be
I think it
your
has its own.
thing. Yeah, because
Yeah,
whatever.
I think capuchins have their
Okay.
own constitution.
Yeah, so it'd just
Let
be
me-
a monkey stat
Okay,
block.
let me pull
Oh boy.
that up real quick. 5e monkey.
Here we go.
Creature. I'm gonna have to use something else here. 1 second. Sorry, just pulling it up. So con is go away. Con is a +0. So okay, so I'll roll a d20. That'll be a 12.
On a 12, Princess takes a quick little swig, and then just
Mm-hmm.
and it just like it burns the throat, and just
Ooh. Oh. Are you okay? Oh my goodness.
Princess, what are you drinking?
I'll just.
Even Vivi didn't know that she had this.
yeah. And I will say Princess is gonna go and just angrily just huck it onto the carpet so it doesn't shatter. Just And all of a sudden,
my
I'd probably scuttle up onto, he'd scuttle up onto Dante's shoulder and hiss at it like a cat.
And Dante would probably go back in the
I go
kitchen.
over, I pick up.
I'd go make like a
ahead.
little like a hungover, like a little smoothie, for Dante. I mean, for a little princess,
Yeah.
We'll throw a little ginger in there, banana, coconut, Greek yogurt because we have all of it because Amelia's place,
We're fancy now.
If it's
a little
not
bit of
there,
coffee.
it will be imported.
Yeah, exactly. A little honey on top, little shake.
Got
He pockets the
coconuts.
decanter for himself later.
Coconuts imported from the next continent over to the east. All that.
Yes.
From the Abdalian Federation is where coconuts would be, and in very specific places in Dunathir would also have coconuts.
More on.
We'll bring an extra one so you can all try one.
Right.
Find out
Expand-
more when I release episodes of Auroran Expounded. Now that the shameless plug is over.
So Amelia will come down and she's wearing like an outdoor outfit where it's like pants. Like she hasn't worn pants yet. You've only seen her in a dress. But she's got like pants and like a little suit coat thing. It's like, all right,
Nice.
I'm good to go.
That's a nice outfit.
I assume you guys know the way. I will follow you.
Nope, no idea.
Cosmo, aren't you wearing like that that t-shirt?
Yeah, the
Dante
sleeveless
gave you?
t-shirt. Yeah,
Gun
with all my
Yeah,
tats in
the
full
gun
view.
show
Yeah.
t-shirt.
Yeah. With her hair put up in like it's a more messy now because she slept. Well, actually, she didn't
She
sleep
slept
on
on
her
her
the
face.
back of her head. She slept on her face, so her kind of messy bun is still intact.
Then Artavan's still in his full plate.
Of course. Most comfy.
I mean, I guess you have that extra padding underneath with all the fur, so
Yeah.
Wait,
it
is.
would be more comfortable for you. Lucky.
All right. Well, I can lead, I suppose. I'll just ask around. I'm sure we'll find it.
Well, I think Dante knows of some places too. He's local
Yeah,
around here.
Dante
Yeah.
lives here.
Oh,
We're all
yeah,
kinda
no,
oh, you,
busy.
yeah.
you are.
Yeah. Wayne, do we want to go to the library first? Or do you want to get some
I
stuff for Amelia?
always want to go to the library.
Yes, I know.
I mean, you could drop us off at the library and go get things for Amelia.
I won't
You know.
lie. I would love to go to the library.
Never mind, we will just go to the
To
library.
the
as a
library.
to the library.
You have to work here longer before you're approved for vacation time, Amelia.
If you just leave.
I will say
Okay.
that entire show is just the perfect D&D group.
I'm missing. What show are we talking about?
Avatar.
Last Airbender.
Oh, I've seen that. I just didn't get the reference. Okay.
I want to
Nerd
spend my
card,
vacation
nerd card
at
removed.
the
The
library.
library.
Geek card, I guess.
All right, so we're heading to the library first.
Yes.
Yes.
Alrighty, so as you go, maybe at most a 10-minute walk to get to the nearest entrance into the academy, and as you go, it's that same three the glass doors through that little built-in interior through the wall.
I'm going to my friend Sebastian.
The revolving doors?
And oh no, that's at the government.
That's at
building.
the government building, right? If
Um,
they are
As you're
revolving
going,
doors,
Sebastian
no.
is not working today. However, just by sheer showing up with Amelia, you present your student ID, and you present your guests that you have with you, and they do not question you as they let you and your group pass through without any issue.
Nice.
Awesome.
Is there anything specific you're looking for?
I was wanting to look up recipes for chocolate muffins, but I also have a lot of other things on my list as well.
I'm not sure if we have recipes books here, but we have lots of other stuff.
I could look for it. You don't have to do that for me.
I like it. We can split the work. You can look for the muffins, and I'll look for the waterfall.
Oh,
For the waterfall?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I would look at Cosmo like, can I tell her?
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking for an upside down waterfall. It's to look for Cosmo's mother. I told her
does
I
that
would
ring a
help look.
bell?
Make a history check.
Okay.
I'm gonna pretend like I'm trying to think too.
Hmm.
I got a 23.
I've heard of waterfalls.
23.
Rats! It's a baby.
So you definitely know
Hard to find them.
of the only reverse waterfall that you know of is actually artificially made. Is an artificially made one outside the capital city of Hiroshima, which is the headquarters of the of what are known as the Striders, which is basically for lack of a better term, the Striders are Hiroshal's special forces.
Okay.
And so the reverse waterfall is kind of the main feature of their headquarters. It serves as almost as their form of a gate or defense mechanism. And so using some with the 23, using some arcane enchantments as well as some influence from some druidic magics, that inverse waterfall can be used to defend the facility should the need arise.
Oh.
That's
Oh.
cool.
Yeah, I know of one. Yeah, there's, and she'd tell you what Gavin
Yep.
just said.
How does a reverse waterfall defend against anything? What does that do?
I imagine they're able to move it
Intimidation.
around and do what they want with it. They could probably make it wider. They could flush people into it, and they'd go up and then fall back down. Lots of things.
And
What would the
die.
nature of the water going upward change about anything? Why would they do that?
I'm not certain about druidic magics myself, but I hear they can make flows, like air flows, water flows, incredibly strong, that arrows and such can't pierce through them. It also would obscure your vision, so most magic couldn't be cast through them.
Well, that makes sense.
Plus, I mean, if I was walking up on an area wanting to attack it, and I saw that they had a waterfall that was defying gravity, I would assume they're probably competent.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
true.
want to mess with those people. You think I just turn around and walk away.
That honestly sounds kind of fun. Jump into an upwards waterfall.
It does. I wonder how high it could throw you.
And then the only other reverse waterfalls, is sometimes people have found reverse waterfalls in the Feywild.
Yeah, it's either that or the Feywild, so hopefully not that one.
Ooh. The Feywild sounds a lot more my mother's speed.
Oh, it's incredibly dangerous, but probably very fun.
She told me a lot of stories about adventures she had in her day before
Very fun.
that. So yeah.
Anything
By
else?
the way, Cosmo, what the hell?
What do you mean? What?
Hey,
You,
keep your
when
voice
were you
down.
going
We're
to
in
tell
the
me that
library.
you were into blood sports?
So as
By the way,
as you
I didn't
start
forget this.
Wayne,
so
quiet.
as you start raising your voices when you enter the massive hundreds of feet tall tower of a library, as you see floating books going and storing themselves, and as the group enters, those of you that haven't been here before, you see this orb of glowing light flitter down and kind of settle by the group, where those of you that have been here recognize it as the orb of inquiry to help you locate what you need within this massive library.
I
And
didn't think it was something that needed to be discussed. What do you mean? What?
I've been writing down questions all night, just so you know.
Okay, I'll answer them.
Perhaps later when we can talk freely and not so privately.
Dante's trying to like listen, like what are they saying? You know, like trying to listen in.
I mean, it's not something that I'm uncomfortable with all of you knowing anymore. So
But there are
I mean,
others
it's
here.
fine.
And they're very nosy people.
so yeah, I will say
Oh,
as you're
right.
I will say as you're making your way through a lot of the students and you know, some of the faculty and stuff are giving your group kind of weird looks. The only ones seeming to kind of look like they belong would probably be Amelia, Wayne, and Vivi would probably be the only ones that look like that look dressed appropriately.
Yeah.
But
my
see,
tattoos would probably get a lot of stares.
oh yeah, but
Is that I'm curious, is that about the race of our characters?
no,
Is that
the
about
way you're
dress
dressed,
of our character?
the way you're dressed, yeah.
And so is this university like diverse in the
Oh
races?
yeah,
of
oh
our
yeah.
world?
You're seeing a lot.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot. You're seeing in terms of magical academies. Actually, go ahead and make a history check for me. 16. Yeah, the virtual dice are loving you right now. Yeah, with the 16. Now, this is one of the while there's a lot of magic practitioners all across the world, most education throughout the world is done through smaller private things or through apprenticeships, where academies and colleges that have magic and arcane studies included with them are usually very large and very prestigious. The one here in Storasil, being one of the largest. And so yes, people come from far and wide doing that. So as you're making your way around, there are in order to get in, you either have to pay an exorbitant amount of money or have really good recommendations in the form and or scholarships to get in, and then those of them that just pay their tuition straight up kind of covers the cost of teaching the students that come in on recommendation or scholarships, kind of a deal. But people come from far and wide, so you're seeing drow and orcs, from a lot of fashion from out west, from all different countries. You're seeing drow and dusk and wield style attire. There's some people in Valdish, very in traditional Valdish kimonos and stuff, walking around. You're seeing certain beast folk that are mostly commonly found out east in Alishkar, Duragar, all the way up from Truslid. So it is very very diverse. There's some Luperian making their way around of both variants. So yeah, it is very much a mixed bag, but just due to general population size, the majority going around are definitely human, just as human is the single most common and has the highest population of the races in the world.
Is this school also, it's not just magics, it's other kind of
yes
studies?
It does. So there are so there is magic tutelage, which seems to be the primary focus. However, there is they do currently teach, there are certain sciences. You guys would know that Revelar teaches the science of automatons, as well as artificery, things like that. However, there are certain medical sciences. There is a professor who teaches anatomy, and who does not teach anything magical, but teaches anatomy and medical procedures, things with like emergency surgery, things like that. And there are some things of, there's business classes, things like that. Not a lot of trade work though being taught here, because most of that is mostly based off of apprenticeships, and it is a generally accepted belief that in terms of like trade things, it's better to just do it and learn by doing.
Very good.
Okay. You said the orb is right in front of us right now?
It's just kind of hovering overhead, just like it's like designated itself as, hi, I'm here to help you, kind of a thing. So it's like designated, yep, this orb is for this group right here.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Orb.
You get no response, no verbal response, but it kind of stops floating around, stops like kind of bobbing around, and oh my gosh, my hands look freaking giant. As it gets like right in your face. Right, just kidding, no. But it like hovers like
are you
at your eye level? And and interestingly, it looks like you notice it is like, albeit an extremely modified one. But it seems to have similar magics, not quite, but similar magics in terms of floating and stuff, to the drift globe that you now have.
Okay.
Nice.
I would first ask, be like, are you able to notify a professor that we wish to visit them?
Inquiry accepted. Which professor?
Professor
Ingrid, I think.
Ingrid Cello.
Processing.
Tell her Wayne and Cosmo are here to see her.
Wasmo.
Ingrid Cello is currently giving a lecture. She can be found in her lecture hall in Tower 2, Floor 3, East Lecture Hall.
Wow, she has a whole hall to lecture. That's weird.
This must be some bad kids.
Yeah.
What classes does she teach?
She is her main thing is divination, is her field of study.
So maybe is she one of my teachers?
Like Professor.
I mean, if you want to,
Polani.
yeah, you Yeah.
I don't think she would have. I wouldn't have wanted to learn divination.
Yeah,
I was just curious
yeah,
if there
I
was like
would
a generals or something.
Yeah. Luckily, there is no gen ed here. It's you show up
Okay.
and learn what you want to learn.
Okay,
What
but
you
I do
think
know where
works.
she is and where the hall
Does
is.
it count
Okay.
toward my final
Well,
score?
If we're being completely honest, for a school like this on this scale, they would hope that you would already know the stuff that would be general education, and if you didn't, you better pray that you are one of the richest people around. Otherwise, you're definitely not getting in a recommendation.
Awesome.
Okay, so perhaps we could look up a few things and then we could go visit her in the lecture hall.
That sounds good.
I wanted to know, well, I guess first, now that we kind of got a direction to look at, I would like to know a little bit more about that upside down waterfall on the outside of the capital city of Hirschel. What's the name of the capital city there?
Make a history check. Actually, wait, no.
Can I do it?
You and
I would have known, right?
Yeah, Wayne and Amelia would know.
Yeah.
What's the capital?
The history, the capital city of Hiroshal is located within the Deep Mar Redwoods, and the capital city is called let me look. Save Me World Anvil, not sponsored.
But we want to be.
I'll be okay with it. Oh my gosh, I'm totally spacing it. I just made the map the other day. Why am I forgetting?
Is there anything that Dante, Audubon, and Vivi that you wish to look up while we're here as well?
I think I'm okay with kind of holding the table for us. Books and I don't really get along very well.
Actually, there was something I was wanting to look up on Ardovan's behalf.
It is the city of Valroot.
Valroot.
Yep, Valroot.
Yes, spelled it right.
I wouldn't mind going to check out the music section while you're all doing the other thing, but I don't think I need much help. Just go check it out on my own. Meet you back here.
All right. And Dante?
During this whole time, I'm just chatting with Artavan, and we are not quiet. Okay, we are not,
Not
whispering.
the library.
Yeah,
etiquette.
we're letting our armor just, be all loud, and we're just chit chatting. Just
hear that
catching up.
clank of steel armor and the of your leather grinding on itself.
I'm like on a chair, constantly leaning back and forth on it.
And it creaks every time you do.
Yes. Oh my gosh. It's
So
perfect.
about that alien we killed the other day.
Or the
Well, at
vampire.
least-
The vampire's fun too.
At least the students will have something interesting to talk about.
Yeah. Nobody's stopping you because once again it's like there's a lot of people here that at least that they or their whoever they affiliate with kind of carry weight, and you get there is some with some of y'all's passive insight
It's not mine.
some of y'all I would say people that have been dealing with people, especially Artavan, people that you've dealt with, nobody's bothering you, but you get the attitude of there's some kids that probably weren't told no enough growing up.
Yeah.
Kind of, do you know who my father is? Kind of an attitude.
My father will hear about
Oh,
this.
You're
those
also
kids.
you.
Oh,
You're
boy.
also you and look like you do, so these kids are also,
They got
Too
some sense of
afraid.
self-preservation.
Yeah, too afraid to approach the scary paladin in armor with the scar over his eye.
Yeah.
Scars are everywhere.
Yeah,
My
and
eye is
it's
just one.
just yeah,
Yeah.
it's just yeah, and it's the same thing with with you, Dante. Just being you've been all over the place. You've been like from a soldier to the equivalent of a beat cop. And so you know how to deal with both high and low people, high opinions of your people with high opinions of you, people with low opinions of you. And so you notice that, but you just yeah. And
I love it.
and you just kind of have that air. It's one of those things like you guys look like you know what you're doing, and so nobody's bothering you.
Yeah.
So what are you looking for, Wayne?
My mind is like, I don't have my caffeine, so my ADHD is going nuts right now. Okay, so, well, first I would ask Amelia, is there any rules about like bringing the books with us?
I imagine potentially, but if you don't return them, then you'll probably be found by a locate object spell and probably be forced to pay a fine.
But what if I plan on returning it just sometime in the future?
Depends how long in the future.
The late fees on the books do recur interest.
Until it'll be interested. It's probably a lot because of how much people generally have here.
Yeah, but
in terms of money.
But you are pretty much exactly on the money on how it works.
Okay.
That's why you take notes.
Ah, good idea. Okay.
He just copies the whole book word for word.
We're gonna be here a couple years.
Make a sleight of hand check. Just kidding.
We can visit in campaign 2 and we'll still be here.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So before we go break off and start looking, I did want to ask, Artavan, remind me, what was the name of that group that has Jazzy held hostage?
Can you remind me, Gavin, what the name of that group is?
It is not a specific group. It is It is a specific person, a tax collector and wannabe politician, and so it's not like he doesn't like own a business or organization, but he has his hired thugs that work for him, which I can't remember. I'm not finding your document in my Google Drive.
Right.
Well, while he's looking that up,
but
what was the name of the town that you're from?
That I'm from? Drifton. You're not going to find it. If you do, I'd be really interested in what it says, but it's very informal.
I'm like, I wonder if we could find any kind of like books on the political nature of Drifton or anything. I mean, something.
We have a chapel that's made out of sticks. It's outdoors, really. My dad was kind of in charge. But he wasn't was no vote or anything. He was just a guy.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe I could write a book on him.
Like I said, very informal.
So,
we kind of named it ourselves because we built it from scrap wood.
To put it in perspective, this is for player reference. To put it in perspective, Drifton is not on the Alabasta map.
No. He said that they kind of decided to form it. It's just a little village they decided to make themselves. They're just like, let's live together in the little community and just call it something because we want some purpose.
Parts of it out of driftwood. Like that was why the name Drifton came to most of our heads. Like, it sounds cool to me, and so we just went with that, and here we are.
If I remember correctly, I think the tax collector was like a halfling.
Yeah, he's one of the smaller races for sure.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I think it was a halfling, but I'm not seeing the document. I'll look for it and we. Can
we'll do it after, but you can search for it in general, like Wayne. But you shouldn't find anything about my village or my town.
That sounds like such a nice place to live.
It's closer. It's south of the lake, on the southern edge of the lake.
Okay, Mr. Orb. Do you have any books on Jazzy?
Go into the music section.
Did you mean jazz?
No, Jazzy. Like Jasmine? Ardavon's sister?
I don't.
And it's trying to compute, and every time you add more on, it restarts. The inquiry search.
Wait, one question at a time. These
Thinking,
things aren't
thinking.
intelligent.
Computing. Buffering.
Inquiry not found.
What about a small town named Drifton?
Keyword Driftin. Found in 1 book.
It's a
take me
different
to it.
Driftin, probably. It's probably a different Driftin.
Where is the book?
So it guides you to a
My
little,
journal. That's where it was.
Yeah, it points you to
It just pulls it out of your pocket.
a small little thing on just a quick little book on, you know, small town dynamics, and as it directs you to the page, and it's like, and it's like, there's been in the last 200 years, there's been a mass increase in small settlements that aren't yet recognized by, that aren't yet that haven't yet made their way onto certain maps and stuff. Towns like Abel or Driftin, and that's it.
Okay.
And it's in a footnote. It's not even part of it's in a little
I would be
footnote.
up above, because I imagine this is like in a random part. It would be like, Ardavon, Drifton's in the book.
Wait.
Inside.
Yeah, is it like the other libraries where it's actually very quiet? What is there any sound that can be heard other than our loud meat shields over here?
It is pretty massive, so there is some hustle and bustle and movement going through, but it is quieter than you'd expect, and you get the feeling that there is a slight enchantment over the area to make it a bit quieter, but you know, it's not the silent spell, but like an extremely lesser version of it.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so there's that, and then just kind of speed things along. For the other book, for the Upside Down Waterfall, I just want to know, kind of like a little bit more about who designed it, like the mechanics of the waterfall, and then the group that uses it, kind of a thing, is kind of the idea that I want to go for.
Okay. It definitely recognizes that inquiry, and yeah, and you do manage to find a book based on the Hiroshal Striders, that they are a mostly a kind of mostly druidic military force of Hiroshal. They're kind of their elite special forces. You find notes of them, notes of, you know, their members fighting against, you know, the first and second surges, alongside the Alabaster guard of, or the Alabaster Knights of Alabast. And the you get the feeling that they help keep their end on the Hiroshal side of the border of the Blighted Lands. They're in charge of the they're in charge of the containment on the Hiroshal side of that border, as well as they are in charge. Their leader is in charge of, along with the king of Hiroshal, is in charge of advising the king on military movements and strategy. However, they found their roots. The Schreiters actually predate the government of Hiroshal. That you find out, they were the original protectors of the Deepmire Redwood there, along with it's kept vague, but it says with help of certain anonymous allies that are not disclosed for privacy and security reasons, as you read. But you get the feeling that they usually there's usually anywhere from 1 to 300 Striders at a time. They're usually highly trained. Usually highly trained, and they're either handpicked and recruited from the leader. They're usually handpicked and recruited from the leadership, and most of them get picked off from the Hiroshal Rangers, which is the main military force, the main vast military force of Hiroshal.
Okay.
And in terms of the waterfall you find specifically, it kind of serves as their front gate, and how it works. And from what you can glean, how it works is it is a ridiculously powerful spout of water that shoots upward, and if you have security access, you can walk through it. You can walk through it, no issues. However, if you are not granted access, the spout of water will launch you into the air with very low chance of surviving the fall. And if that's not enough, the water can be manipulated and form pseudopods to lash out and fend off attackers, and has also been known to there was a bandit raid some odd 50 years ago that it was noted that the leader of said bandits was made an example of. The water on its own decided to make an example of the leader and drown him in a bubble of water in front of his soldiers and get the rest to retreat.
Okay.
So the wall,
and then
the wall of water can act with autonomy.
Lovely.
Is what you can gather.
Autonomous. Okay, and then during all of those readings, is there any connection to either the waterfall or the city of Valroot and the astral plane?
You don't find you don't find anything with the you don't find anything about the astral plane, and Valroot doesn't have anything to do with the that waterfall specifically. It's very localized. The
Okay.
waterfall is probably maybe about 100 feet across.
Oh, okay. So it's just for the headquarters.
It is literally one specific building.
Okay. In that case, follow-up thing, kind of along these same lines of research. I want to know because Wayne already knows of the existence of portals to the Fey Wilds.
Yes.
Like the one in Nar, I forget what it's called. But yeah.
One is in actually not in
Nar-Alash.
no, technically it falls under the jurisdiction of the Habdalian Federation. It is on
okay.
that little island.
That little island.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That is specifically the spring gate.
Okay. So I want to ask the orb then. Are there any, I guess, portals or connections to the astral plane here in Auroran?
As they're going, it processes your inquiry, and it leads you to a certain book on conjuration, certain books on conjuration, astral plane, and stuff. Make an investigation check for me.
With guidance!
And advantage because you have a dude. You have the little
Well, the
orb
first one
helping
was
you.
a 19.
Nice.
Second was a 14.
Okay,
So
19.
19 plus 4, so 23
Wow.
plus that, so 24 in total.
Nice.
So from what you can gather, there is no currently known like active portals to the astral plane, within the world of Auroran. It seems that
There's like no set point
no
ones.
set points. It seems to be a very it seems to be something that can only really be achieved with a very powerful level of arcana. So either you need a piece of equipment that can do it, or a very powerful wizard. There's mentions of illithid nautiloids, being
Which I'm
able
like,
to,
that is everything that I would look for.
Yeah.
Is just
and
because like I know there's other ways. I was specifically looking only for
yeah.
known portals.
The only thing you mention of is the only thing you find mention of is is rumors of an ancient race of moon giants that were theorized to live in what is now northern Tirvis.
Live in northern Tirvis.
Nice.
Interesting. We're gonna put a pin in that one.
A pin
Okay.
that's ready to blow any second.
Okay, so
It's
that
like
one
teeming with questions.
that satisfies those lines of questions. Next topic that I had written down that I was really wanting to learn more about is more about the deity of the Sky Dancer Temple. And specifically, I want to see if there's any personal accounts of the deity talking to people, and if so, what was said, and stuff along those lines.
Yeah, but in the meantime, while you're looking for that, Amelia, what are you doing in the library here?
Amelia just wanted to look up books about like battle control, battle tactics, specific with her magic that she can use or will be able to use.
Okay. Yeah.
Useful
There's definitely
information.
that applications of magic in battle, things like that. There's certain things of like war mages, things like that. Useful spells. How especially with higher level spells work, because one thing I will say, and this is going to be true for everybody, is when you're casting magic, within the world of Auroran, how the magic works is even if you're casting the same exact spell, which will technically achieve the same effect. So let's say, for example, two different people casting magic missile. Statistically, it's going to be identical, but how it looks and how it feels is going to be widely different. And so a lot of how magic works, and kind of how Wayne summons his quill in his book, a lot of it is visualizing it in a visualizing it in a way that works well with your subconscious and your psyche with it, which Amelia, you would know this. There is like, you know, the Navalis, their special brand of chronergy loves to take the form of ice, and it's a good tool of visualization. However, there are other chronergists that you've heard of that when they practice their magic, their takes on a sandy visage, almost like the sand of an hourglass. However, in terms of in practice, you achieve identical effects to one another.
Cool.
But yeah, so there are some good things of spell recommendations on how to, you know, good battlefield control to, you know, good spells that have been employed by successful wizards and adventurers and things like that. And to you, the player, I will refer you to the dungeon dudes.
Cool. Just so Amelia has, she'll have all that knowledge. She's gonna like be using her mage hand to scribe it as she's reading.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll just have some notes.
Yeah. Vivi, you managed to find a really good selection on like music theory, a bunch of instruments, musical history, as well as just for a library of this size, it's a little disappointing for how small it is. Still a good size, but for this library, there's only a relatively small section dedicated to sheet music itself.
Anything on like great classical composition. So Vivi is interested in finding the masters of music in this world's history. Vivi's particular, you know, musical abilities really just come from his region and his people, and so he's interested in expanding his knowledge on the music.
So I will say, is there in the terms of with that, is there like, do you want to learn it from a specific region, learn about
Vivi's knowledge of the regions is almost nil, so whatever he can find.
Okay. Go ahead. How many do I have? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Go ahead and roll a D20 for me, just a flat D20. And then if you get over a 16, just roll it again until you're under a 16.
It is a 16.
It is a 16. All right. That brings you, that will give you a, the Habdalian Federation. You find a thing at the Habdalian Federation, and with that, you do find a you do find an interesting thing. So a lot of music history from the Habdalian Federation.
Is it Ab-A-B?
Habdalian with an H.
H-A-B.
Yeah. And so the Habdalian Federation, a lot of its music is very there's a lot of kind of staccato in it, a lot of percussion. It's very percussion heavy.
That's good, because they do have a drum for Princess.
Yeah, percussion and strumming string heavy. So not a lot of bowstring, but
like a liol, a lute.
I would say banjo.
Yes.
For the deeper parts.
That's okay. With the time that we have, I wonder if I could attempt to seeing the string section, not string, the lute section. I wonder if Vivi could take the book and attempt to write a harmony section that he could play with the music that already exists.
Alrighty, yeah, and go ahead and roll for that, and add your use your charisma and add your proficiency bonus to that. The other thing I will say, as you're looking through, just a little bit of a new wave coming from the Habdalian Federation. It's coming from both the Habdalian Federation and the country to the northwest of it, across the Stormvale Sea, which is Atheus. There seems to be a new rise within like the last decade or so. A rise of a new form of music that is introducing the newfound electrical currents, as well as some artificery to make these strange synthetic kind of music.
Gavin, once again, the electronic dice really preferring me. I just rolled a nat 20.
Oh,
holy moly! That's
that bounced
amazing.
to 24, and then
So-
to add my proficiency, as you pointed out, that would make it a max of 27 on a nat 20.
Alrighty,
Holy
dang.
moly!
So in your head,
Whoa.
you are seeing the notes on the page, and you are hearing this symphony in your head, and it's a very fast. It is a very fast drum beat, almost like a jig that would be around a campfire, kind of a thing. Something that you can bounce to, kind of a deal. With drum, with string, and now with your violin, with that harmony you added, and I will. I will go ahead and I will say, you know harmony, and you know how to play a Habdalian Federation favorite, known as the what was I gonna call it? Known as Raptor on the Mountain.
Raptor?
Raptor on the Mountain.
Raptor
yes.
on the Mountain.
Abdalian
Yeah.
Federation. Certain parts of it. Imagine a mix of Amazon, Florida with dinosaurs. That's Abdalian
Sounds
Federation.
amazing.
It's probably
Yes.
got some of the most dangerous wildlife.
So Vivi has taken this book or musical, portfolio out wherever he found it, and he's just quietly writing and transposing what he found, and then creating what he thinks might be a good harmony, and that's all.
All right.
Just trying to collect more musical ability and knowledge, as his magical ability has increased with his time with the Paragons. He wants to also add new sound and new music to his new spells.
Yeah, and with that, you also get a good sense of like the history of it. There, in the terms of with the Habdalian Federation specifically, there were no like big ultra famous musical celebrities. It seems that Habdalian Federation has like a few big towns, but most of it is small villages scattered throughout the deep jungles. And so it seems to be attributing the music to the society as a whole, and the culture, rather than specific artists. And so it's a lot of folk music from that region.
By the way, sorry, real quick, it looks like someone just woke up. If you want to take a look right over here.
Oh,
I see him.
Oh my gosh!
Hello.
They've been asleep this whole time, but they just woke up, and they're doing a little chitter.
Adorable.
That's so cute.
And as you're studying the music, you hear a little chittering of the mice or the rats in your little pouch.
Feed me.
Oh, he's so adorable.
Look at the little hands.
Oh, look at him.
Ah. Went and hit.
Hello, friend.
There you go.
Lighting is not good here. Sorry. There we go.
Hello, friend.
Oh, he's like, oh, I don't like that.
I don't like the light. Must
Oh
hide.
my goodness.
It's so
So
cute.
cute.
All right. Cosmo, is there anything you wanted to do?
Muffins.
Recipes. Yeah.
All right.
Muffins.
Without issue,
Muffins.
you find a
Chocolate.
you find a section of it's a self-help section of a lot of self-help things of like how to be better at this, how
to survive school
make
campus.
friends and influence people. How to
I
make
like to
friends
think
and
that
influence
you
people.
ended up in like the dwarvish district, so none of it's in common.
Yeah,
Really confusing.
and
Cosmo will like kind of like pick up the how to make friends and influence people.
Yeah.
It's like for later, you know. I don't
that,
know.
that is a real book in the real world.
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Yeah, so there's that. There are some cookbooks, and you get the feeling that there are actually a decent amount of cookbooks because this school does have a culinary arts course.
Yeah.
And Amelia, you would know the culinary arts professor here is like incredibly good. We're talking like Gordon Ramsay level chef that they're coming
Nice.
to learn from.
I definitely take his class.
Nice.
And you definitely get yelled at and sworn at
A lot.
A lot.
Preparing you for the battlefield.
Family.
Well, she would find every single recipe she could that involves chocolate.
Where's the manticore sauce? All right, but yeah, you find there are some really good amounts on desserts. However, the one thing you're noticing with it is a lot of the chocolate stuff is baking, which there's a lot of science-y lingo of because, and this is my real world belief, cooking is art, baking is chemistry. It can be art too, but it is also chemistry.
Yeah, you can't just throw something in as easily and just be like, yeah, it'll taste fine. You have to
No, you have to do
get
science.
specific measurements and stuff.
Yeah.
The artwork
yeah.
with baking comes in the design
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
decorating.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but you do find some there are some easy recipes on, making chocolate chip cookies and things like that are brownies is probably the one that you would be most pulled in by. So yeah, you do find that, and I would say the brownies are simple enough that you could make them without having to roll for it, but that's kind of the most basic.
If anything, Cosmo would just take all of the recipes to Wayne so he could copy them,
Write them down.
Yeah,
There's
so they
yeah,
can
there's
try them out later.
there's no rules against that. You're definitely not
Yeah.
stopped. That's what they're there for.
Yeah.
I'm just
yeah.
sitting there
So
reading
she-
a book and you come behind me. Write that down, write that down.
Yeah, she just comes over with an entire pile of books in her arms,
Yeah.
just like, Wayne.
And then as you're doing that, Dante and Artavan, is there anything specific you're talking about, or are you guys just shooting the breeze?
Artavan
No.
fell asleep for probably, but after we have a little talk.
Yes, after we had our little talk, Artavan and I were discussing. We're a little bit concerned about Amelia and the sleeping situation. We realized that we like sleeping with rocks and just nothing, and so we're looking up glamping stuff, glamping 101. How to because this is nothing we know anything about.
Just
So
these
nice.
two battle-worn
you're-
dudes
as
You
you're
got
kind of-
picture books?
glamping.
Yeah.
So I would say as you
Coloring
look
books,
around
maybe.
for that, as you're looking around for that, Dante, what you can most find is you need some really powerful magics to make it nice, or really powerful magical items. And funnily enough, a lot of it says just like, sometimes it can be achieved, but in regions like Dunathir and Alabast, you're kind of out of luck. It's gonna suck no matter what because everything's a rock.
No.
Yeah.
And extra salty.
Including the people. Yeah, we're the
Yes.
This is such a fun picture in my
The moment you
Yeah.
leave and you come back, he's like, that's when he's falling asleep.
Yeah, come back and picture like, look at that.
Because
See
this
that?
place has like AC, it feels really nice, and he's just
and then for the sake
Leaned
for
back.
the sake for the sake of expediency, what were the last couple things you wanted to get, Wayne?
I wanted to know specifically about the Skydancer temple as a whole, just like what they're like, their general beliefs, things along those lines. And then also, I want to know who the deity is, and is there a common history of the deity trying to communicate with its subjects or people?
So what you know is your basic understanding is the Skydancer Temple. They are similar to the way of the Temple of the Open the Hand down in Ashwindell. They are they're martial artists that love to they hone their craft as a way as a form of not only meditation. They do they help people as a whole. They're martial artists that do it for a balance of body and soul, and the they don't really have a the deity they are indirectly connected to. So the deity would be Assyrian, also known as the Sky Father, the Storm Bearer, or the Wind Lord are titles he's known as.
Skyfather, Wind Bearer,
Storm Bearer, and Wind Lord.
Storm Bearer, Wind Lord.
His iconography is swirls of wind coiled around two crossed lightning bolts. And the however, with the Skydancer Temple, he is not. While this god does have a fondness for warriors and things like that, he is not directly associated with the Skydancers. I guess, for lack of a better term, the patron of the Skydancers is actually one of his elemental spirits, whose name is not known to the wider public. It is a closely guarded secret as to what her name is, but it is a female spirit, theorized to be somewhere in between an elemental and a celestial. That it kind of works as the patron of it, and she is the one that grants the Skydancers their abilities. That grants the Skydancers their abilities. However, it is known to be possible to gain the Skydancer abilities in the same way a wizard can manipulate the Weave of Arcana. It is possible for Skydancers to learn how to manipulate the wind without her influence. However, that is a much more ridiculously harder and unlikely process.
So basically, it's like the dudes in Skyrim, those dragon priest people.
They're the
whatever they're called,
Greybeards.
the Greybeards.
All right, and with that will conclude the research portion of our class today. So with that,
there will be a quiz.
Yeah,
Can I
there
go
will
for
be
your
a quiz.
Good.
A lot of
Oh, no.
world building, lore dump stuff. But with that, we are going to head on to break for a little bit. So for player reference, be back by about 7:25, and then we will continue right to where we left off. We'll say the Paragon has finished our research and is starting to gather up now. And then I believe you're going to head to Ingrid Cello's lecture hall first.
Yes, that first.
All right. So
I guess, yeah.
So let's go. And so as you start heading out, we are going to head to break. We will be back in about 15 minutes. So we will see you all then. Bye-bye. And we are back. So, Paragon, after doing a bunch of research, all gathered up, made their way to Tower 2 to head on up to Ingrid Sello's lecture hall, the professor of divination here in the White Tower Academy. And as you head up the stairs to the correct room, you arrive just as class is getting out. So there's a bunch of students politely pushing past you, and you hear familiar voice of the professor. And make sure to have those documents in by next week. And as they head out, and then you see her as she sits at a desk. This lecture hall probably seat about like 30 to 40 students, and you see there are some students that are still in there talking amongst themselves, you know, taking notes, looking over their studies and stuff. Where the professor is seated at her desk, looking over some papers.
I want to go up to her.
Alrighty. So, as you hop up, she kind of goes and like takes a double take. She's like, "Oh, well, hello again. I'm so very glad to see that you're safe after, you know, what you told me that you were facing."
Yeah, we found a way to get the worms out.
It was easy.
Good. Glad to hear it. Is there something that I can help you with?
Yes, 3 things actually. There was, well, one, didn't you say you wanted to peer into the mind of our friend who had the worm inside of him?
And I'll start like pushing myself to the front.
This is Dante. He has a worm, or had a worm. He's 2 days sober now.
Yeah.
Hi, Dante.
Yeah, hi.
I
Sold Stober.
I remember you wanted me to do that, yes?
Oh, yeah. Well, then that leads me to my second thing. Didn't you mention that there was the increased security and everything going on in the school, the reason for it was because of that spell scroll being stolen and then other magical items disappearing. We were just inquiring as to what that job would entail. Are you looking for mercenary groups to seek after them, and are there any leads? You know, everything along those lines.
Not quite yet. The semester is nearly over, and the dean has decided that it would be best to increase security around our artifacts for the moment, which we have done. So no further happenings can transpire, and but he felt it best to wait until we didn't have any more students on campus to deal with that, because due to the nature of some of the artifacts that we have stored here, we want to ensure the safety of the students first and foremost. And in order to access certain levels of the vault for the investigation, we need both the dean as well as the queen to grant access, as it can be quite dangerous.
So, in other words, no one can look into the missing items for now.
No, however, there are being discussions held among the staff to as to who would be best suited for the job. So that is something we are looking into, but currently we are trying to keep it as discreet as we can.
What does a scroll of simulacrum do? Sorry,
Whoa.
go ahead.
It lets you. Your simulacrum is an incredibly powerful spell that lets the caster create a perfect copy of themselves. That is a real flesh and blood copy with no side effects. You just make a second version of yourself.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Some wizards throughout history have been known to do it, so they can quite literally double their efforts into their research. And most of them have had more than large egos.
Just imagine all the books I could read.
The problem is because it's technically it's you, but technically still a different person. You wouldn't gain all the knowledge immediately. You know, you'd have to talk to yourself and have yourself teach yourself.
I mean, we could swap
Whoa.
notes, so that would be okay.
That is so deep.
Not really. It's basically like having an identical twin that, up until the point they're created, has all your memories.
Whoa.
Okay, so I guess that one's a bust. There's not much we can do in that area at the moment. But there was the third reason that I did want to talk to you. We were in a bit of a rush, given the circumstances before. Now, I know you mentioned you weren't fully sure what was going on with our friend Cosmo here, but do you have any idea of the direction we could head in, or areas to look to learn more, or anything along those lines?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but it is worth noting that things of this nature, anything that has some sort of arcana tied to it, there's usually 3 distinct sources that arcana can come from, or that magic and magical energies can come from, which is the Weave of Arcana. However, there is also certain magics that stem from the natural world and nature, and those of a more extraplanar realm, be it divine or fiendish. And so first step is possibly discerning the source to narrow down your search a bit. But in
How do we do that?
Find practitioners that are well versed in different sources of magic, and see if it sparks any recognition. I genuinely do not know. The thing inside your head is quite literally something I have never sensed before, ever.
I'm special.
And Professor, along those lines, my new friend Amelia and I, we both actually had those tadpoles in us.
Oh,
They came out of our
She's with us
nose.
too.
Amelia was trying to stay hidden because she's
Yeah.
technically a student that should be in class.
I'm dragging her along. Then this is our chance, Amelia.
Where did everyone go?
Yeah.
Artavan wakes up in the library.
He'll be fine. He'll wake up in his own time.
But is there any follow-up we need to be concerned about, or anyone to check in with, or do we follow up with you? Is there? I just didn't know if you knew anything about this.
Well, you're not sprouting tentacles, so that's one thing.
We did spit them out and kill them, so I assume we're good.
Well, if you have physically seen the tadpole, unless you had more than one, which I've never heard of such a thing, then it should be gone. The tadpoles, their effects come from their physiology and their biology themselves, so it's very unlikely that anything lasting trauma, they would leave anything behind. As the tadpoles themselves don't reproduce, so if you physically saw them with your own eyes, then I'd say you've got a clean bill, but just to be sure. And she is going to on both of you, one at a time, cast Detect Thoughts. You can either try to save against it, or you can...
Yeah, I'm gonna try and save against it.
Well,
what is it?
Well, actually, she can do the surface thoughts first. So the surface thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah, so she's not going to try to push deeper for privacy, because
I should so be in class now.
Nope.
So yeah, surface.
Well, right before that, I'm gonna look at Amelia and just give the shrug and allow it to happen. Yeah.
So
Oh,
she's
no
not
way.
going to
I
push
see.
deeper. She's only going to get the surface thoughts, just like, I'm only sensing one consciousness from each of you.
I thought so too. I think we're good to go. Thank you, Professor.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's everything that I had.
Then I suppose
That load of use you word. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Thank you again. We will see ourselves out.
Have a fantastic day, I say with a mouthful of food.
And that's the moment where Princess is picking his pocket.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Meanwhile, Cosmo's like, wait.
A 13.
13.
Ooh.
As going in, the professor, she goes and looks and is like, oh, excuse me, little one. I can't have you. And she, doesn't know how to handle.
Princess, get away from him. I use Mage Hand to grab Princess by the scruff and move her away. Oh, sorry about that. She's a very naughty girl.
Well, at least she's cute, because that'll serve her well.
And Vivi actually flicks a silver as an apology for Princess's bad behavior. Puts it on the desk. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's no trouble. Right. So, as you were all heading out, you head back out into the courtyard. As you go, you see a confused Artavan leaving the library tower.
I think I went to the local theater checking out the single movies are playing.
Oh, yeah.
Little posters on the board. 'Cause those are big pictures. He knows what those are.
Alrighty. So,
That's great.
does this conclude your business within the academy for now?
Yes. I have nothing else.
Alrighty. So,
as we're heading out, if Vivi sees any, you know how in academic institutions there's cork boards and they'll have posted, information or stuff. So he'll find one of the cork boards, and on some of the papers he'll scribble in iron arseholes, and he'll make like little stick figures of the iron. What were they actually?
Iron weavers.
Iron Reavers.
The iron wieners is what he'll write. He'll make little stick figures, and then draw tiny little dick genitals on their heads.
Oh my gosh. Make a sleight of hand.
Sure.
They're currently in Ashendwell. Fun fact.
14.
14. As you're walking by, one of the students that you vandalized their face the night before walks by. He's like, still doesn't seem to have noticed, like, that's pretty funny, dude. And keeps walking.
With the same one on his forehead.
Oh, that's amazing.
All right, so, as you leave the campus, the city is now yours. What are you doing?
We're going to an adventuring store, yes? Or a
That's
general
right.
store?
Yes, but
All
I think we
right.
can do that.
And Dante is prepared for this. For Amelia, okay?
yeah.
Oh!
He's got a list.
He's got his tour guide hat on, the little flag.
All right. So, as you go, you wait for the trolley, and the trolley pulls up. One thing you notice, it's almost like muscle reflex. Amelia, you reach into your pocket and pull out this little pass. That
Yeah,
they look
I'm
at.
student pass.
They look at, nod, hand you, and let you on.
And I walk in.
Ooh. Ooh, I would like to
One.
use a minor illusion to make a copy of that pass for Davey, please.
All
With
right.
your face on
I
it,
would
though.
guess make a deception check.
Okay.
Now
Yes.
Artaban's paying attention. This is something he wants to know about.
Never before has he wanted to become a student.
A 19.
19.
Whoa.
19,
We
wow.
gotta lean in, look at it, nod, and gesture for you to hop on.
Have you got any more of those, V? Oh wait, I noticed that it was a fake.
So well, I can't do that at range. So sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Did you
I'll pay
get
for you
some?
Show me
guys
where
if
you
you'd
got one
like
of
me
those.
to.
You what?
I'll pay for you guys if you'd like. That's not a problem.
3 platinum, really?
I'm pretty sure it's not that much.
It's yeah, so
I
it's
think-
gonna be
I
4
think after that you
silver
own the
total.
vehicle.
How much is it?
4 silver total to pay for everybody
Oh.
else.
Okay, for sure. I'll do that.
Yeah, as you're going, you take the trolley over to the market district. I keep losing my notes. There was the general store. I gave it a name, but I can't remember. It's near
It
the
is
Arcanorium.
called the trusty rucksack.
That's what it was. I was like,
Yeah.
was it the backpack, the sleeping bag? I can't
Nope.
remember.
The
Yeah.
trusty rucksack.
So,
I have a section of shopkeeps.
Amelia, even though you've been here for a while, this is your first time actually going out on the town. You've been kind of confined to your quarters and the campus,
Mhm.
mostly because you haven't had a need to, because if you needed something, other people would go out and get it for you.
Get it.
So you're met with a charming kind of rustic building, and all the surrounding buildings seem to have very interesting designs. They're very themed. There doesn't seem, especially in this market district, there doesn't seem to be set architectural requirements. Each one seems to have personal flares to it, and this one looks almost like a charming cabin that's been turned into the store, even though it's in the center of a large city. And this store is pretty spacious. This store, Trusty Rucksack, is almost like your adventurer's Walmart. So it's decent size. Got a lot of basic stuff for it. And just for reference, let me pull up a list of equipment and stuff.
So the different packs, Explorer pack, Dungeon pack.
So I can look at things like prices, things like that.
Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, you're just gonna see, Amelia, that Dante is just like your buddy. Like he's just guiding the way. Okay, he's just like we're talking budget. We're making sure you're getting everything that you want. He's showing you different types of rope, different qualities. He's gonna show you different tents, tangle-proof tents. You can lay them out, start laying down, showing you the space. Being like, oh, we got enough room for each other. Like
rain flies.
Throwing out way too big of
have those.
Yes, like backpacks, heavy backpacks. Way too big for you. Be like, see, you see.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate your knowledge.
Yeah.
She's just overwhelmed. Like, oh, I guess this is what you need to know to go on an adventure.
Alrighty, so, Dante, you seem to be in charge of this shopping trip. Shopping with Dad. So,
right? Yes.
What are you looking for specifically? And I'll find it on here, and we can just literally make a shopping cart. Because with this store, it's less of a go up to the counter and order things. It's more like a conventional store. There's different checkout. There's checkout stands, and you basically just there's baskets and stuff that you can use to carry the stuff, and then you just bring your haul to the front, pay for the whole thing at once in bulk. So,
essentially,
Dante, I will put you in charge of. I will put you in charge of the cart. So you got to pay for
the main thing I'm looking out for is like the fanciest, like wool, I don't know, celestial silk or whatever, like bedroll.
Make sure to get her a scarf as well for the salt storms.
Yeah.
And goggles.
Yes, those for sure.
And fishing equipment.
All right.
But Gavin, what is like the nicest bedroll out there?
Your basic bedroll costs 1 gold. So the nicest one I think is gonna like a really nice, fluffy, soft one. It's probably gonna run you about 5 gold.
Put it in. I'll give her like the look and like the nod. Like
I'm gonna add an abacus
when
to the
when the shopkeeper isn't looking. I'm gonna just really casually cast short value onto that.
I see it on the list.
The counter.
I just don't know what it is.
It's a counter with the beads.
The abacus is like the beads counter. This is essential. You'll need this.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put it in
so
the
that's
cart.
2 gold.
I don't.
Math.
I don't. I can count in my mind. I don't.
No, we'll need this.
Yeah. So she's gonna sneakily later move it off of the pile.
It's okay. I'm off doing other things.
Vivi, what are you doing?
On the more expensive items that are on the counter, as they're being pulled out, Princess is there, like looking like she's trying to help Artavan put things on the counter, but really she's actually delivering a touch spell of distort value for me.
Oh, because you can do it through your familiar.
Correct.
Okay. Is there something specific you want to try it on?
Well, the higher valued items. You said something went up as high as 5 gold, and anything else that is in that range or higher.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll just keep an eye. Because it is concentration. It is a concentration thing.
So then, okay, it would be a one at a time.
Yeah. So we'll gather the cart, and then I'll let you choose which one you want to try it on.
Okay. So I'm looking at the spell. It says one casting time 1 minute, and duration 8 hours. So it's not concentration.
Oh, it's not concentration. Okay.
But it does take a full minute. It's not an action.
Okay.
So perhaps give it. But before we put everything on the counter, let's just think about what we're doing here. Hold on.
All right. But yeah. So we got the 5 gold, super nice bedroll. The abacus has been removed. What else are you going around and grabbing for Dante?
So I'm going.
You go ahead.
Sorry, you
Amelia.
go ahead.
No, you go.
I'm just going through the list
nice
of everything. And I'm just kind of making a list, so I'll tell you at the end the things that she would have snatched.
And I can do this for the 4 most expensive items.
Gavin, I'm also gonna get her like a fancy like Swiss Army knife, like be like that obsessed Boy Scout. You know, it's like for some reason always thinks you need one that you're like, dude, I'm never gonna use this. You know, but
Yeah.
like I'm insisting that we get like a nice one for her. Like,
All right. A Swiss Army knife. Definitely a Swiss Army knife like that. Definitely not strong enough to use like as an actual weapon. But
I got stabbed by one.
but if you're fighting, a
Squirrel.
an alien,
Or that.
It hurts like a paper cut.
exactly.
Let me tell you. The alien would be very uncomfortable at the very least.
I will say, if you get that Swiss Army knife, we can combine. Let's see.
or some type of like multi-use,
we can. Yeah, I'm looking through. We can combine a. Let's say combine an ink pen. So and we'll just add in all the prices together. So an ink pen, so that's 2 copper. A
I'm probably gonna.
Yeah, there's that, and then I would say, yeah, an ink pen and thieves' tools.
Okay.
I want
Yeah.
to buy a calligrapher's supplies.
All right, calligrapher's supplies is 10 gold, and then the thieves' tools is where is?
Are you sure you want thieves' tools, Amelia?
I don't know what I need, so whatever's
Oh.
put in here, I'm assuming I need it.
So-
Dante, why the thieves' tools? What's the purpose there? Is that something that she's going to be getting a lot of practice on? Are we going to
was hoping-
corrupt her this soon?
I was hoping you could teach her a little bit. I thought that'd be the perfect thing. What do you
Sure,
think, BB?
I mean, that depends on Amelia. Is she planning on doing a bit of thieving?
I would like not to.
Well, maybe we can leave that off.
Maybe we'll step back. Well, but yeah.
How about this? How about this? Perhaps she's interested in alchemy, maybe collecting some herbs, making potions. Is that something that sounds like part of your ongoing education?
I could give it a shot for sure. I wouldn't mind that.
Let's throw in alchemist set instead.
I like your thinking, BB.
Yeah, Cosmo's toting around a disguise kit. And remind me, is this the shop where I got the book for Wayne?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's basically gonna just like pull him up to the same place and just like show him the other 2 books. See, look. This is the options that I had, and I chose that one for you.
And while you're doing that, I'm like, I have the calligraphy supplies. I'm like, I was just down this aisle.
Yes, but I wanted you to see. And she's like
I like
holding
these
her
ones.
disguise kit. Just like,
The-
I was here too.
The alchemist supplies is 50 gold.
Okay.
That's something I would definitely want to do distort value on then.
50 gold.
Those
Okay.
high value items.
Sorry, what's
Amelia-
all the stuff? This.
My last thing for you, I think, I'm looking at your outfit. I'm assuming that your shoes are like really fancy. Am I incorrect?
Oh.
Like, what are you wearing?
I mean, so currently they are, but you don't have to worry about my outfit. I have something up my sleeve for that.
Okay.
Princess hops down and like peers up her sleeve.
Just pulls out one of those clown things.
It keeps coming. Okay, I'm trying to keep a list, but you guys were talking while I was looking through. So I have the alchemist supplies,
It's a
a
tower.
Swiss Army knife. How much was that again?
25 gold and 2 copper, because it also works as a pen.
Okay. Anything else you guys were saying? I got the fancy bedroll. That was 5 gold.
5 gold, yeah.
That was my biggest one. Yeah.
Okay. So these are other things that Amelia would like look at to be interested in.
Okay.
So a component pouch.
A component pouch is. Do. 25 gold.
And we'd probably be looking too, like just at an explorer's kit, have like the rope and everything inside of that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, that has a lot of good
like
basic.
an explorer's pack.
Yeah,
It's got a lot of good basic things in there that you'll
just
need.
for basic traveling
Yep.
needs.
Right.
It comes with all sorts of things like rope and candles and wax. and
Explorer's
ink.
pack is 10 gold.
Okay. A healer's kit.
Good one.
A
That
healer's
is a good
kit.
one. Wow.
We should probably get some.
Yeah. Don't give them to Cosmo.
A healer's kit is 5 gold per.
Okay. How do you guys each want one?
I mean,
You guys are
they're
showing
all-
interest.
I'm good.
I'm pretty sure I've got one. Thanks.
I want
Wait.
one.
Wait,
Yeah.
should I get a book for writing?
No, that's what this is. This is why I'm getting this, so that way we can
Oh.
practice your writing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll get one for Wayne, so I'll just pop another one on top of there.
All right.
Thank you.
A lamp. Not like a torch, but an
yeah,
actual lamp,
uh,
and so I'll need oil.
by-
Like a lantern?
Uh,
Lantern?
A lantern.
A lantern. Do you want the bullseye or the hooded?
The hooded.
Hooded. That is 5 gold, and then
the oil.
oil is 1 silver per.
Okay, I'll buy 5 silver worth.
Yeah. And I want my disguise kit for 25 gold.
All right.
A
She
tent.
looks at Jeremy. She looks at Vivi, and she's like, I have enough for this, right?
Of course you do. Of course you do, love. We got
Okay.
paid. Don't worry. We got paid.
Okay,
we
okay,
still
good.
need to grab a scarf and goggles for you for the road.
Yes. Ooh, I want some colored
Oh.
pencils as well. That would be fancy.
Yeah, let's add it with the calligraphy supplies.
Yes, and then I can make your drawings colored.
A tent and a spyglass. Just grabbing lots of random things.
A tent, wow.
Just make sure that there's
a
these aren't duplicate items.
A spyglass is 1,000 gold.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Holy
Wow.
moly!
I'm gonna double check my sources. That was easy. It was a part of the basic set stuff. That's why.
This
it's
is
weird.
this is on D&D Beyond.
What the heck?
Spyglass is 1,000
Is that
gold.
like a telescope
Yeah.
spyglass?
Yeah.
In
is that what we're
D&D
talking?
Beyond, it says 1,000.
A magnifying glass is 100.
Wow.
Oh,
It's
okay. I
because
must have
probably
looked
because
the
it's
wrong one.
specialized glass is the thing.
Okay, never mind. I thought it was like right there and there. Okay.
Yeah.
What is about a tent?
A tent, 2 person, 2 gold.
Just remember, some of these items are already in the explorer's pack. So
Is there a
that's
tent
maybe-
in the explorer's pack?
Not in the explorer's pack, I don't think.
Okay, I'll double
Okay.
check and I'll just adjust accordingly. A mirror. There's like a metal hand mirror.
Yeah.
A mirror,
I have a mirror and a bunch
5
of steaks.
gold.
That's all the stuff that she saw, but then they said something about a scarf and some goggles as well.
All right. So for the scarf, how fine of a scarf are you wanting?
Probably pretty fine. It's just enough to keep out the dust and the sand, I guess. But
Okay. A fine scarf, probably the same as a bedroll if you want a really nice, well-made one. Probably 5 gold. The goggles, however, are only gonna run you about 1 gold.
okay. Does everyone need goggles? I can buy one for everybody.
I
Oh
have
no,
some.
we all have some.
Oh, okay. Do they have a fancy desert blanket that keeps you warm but cool during, like, when you're in the desert?
Yeah, they do.
Probably,
They're
I believe it's called clothing.
1 gold apiece for those specialized kind.
Okay. I'll just buy one for me because I don't think anyone else will care about that. 1 gold. All right.
As it turns out, before we go up to the counter, as it turns out, I think I might actually be able to finesse the pricing of at least 9 items. But after that, I'm going to need a long rest, for sure.
Like you're gonna speak with the person and get a good deal?
Yep.
And he's dang good at it. I'm gonna lead Amelia away so she doesn't see what's going on.
No, she can be a part of the process.
Okay.
That's okay. That's all right. I'm just saying. I thought it was 4, but actually it's up to 9. But after that, like I said, I'm gonna be real tired. So as long as I get a rest before we do anything dangerous.
If you would like, I have no problems cashing out the money for this. I do not need you to worry about it.
Are you going to touch his shoulder with your fist? Like Wayne
Hit him up for a discount.
All right, fine.
You're
That's
welcome
okay.
to, but
That's okay. You seem very confident. Perhaps we'll save it for another day. Instead, Princess hops up on Wayne's shoulder, and I cast Distort Value on Wayne.
Wait, what happened? Wait, does it work? Because doesn't it have to be under like a foot by foot space?
Sure,
It's
I use
just
my
your
highest
face.
level spell slot. Yes.
Yes, there we
All
go.
right, so Wayne, you see Wayne. Wayne
So
just
worth
looks. Wayne just looks dirtier. His clothes like seem
Wrong.
more-
You can't have priceless.
So Wayne just looks generally dirtier, less approachable, less kempt, and it's like
Oh, hi,
illusory.
princess.
Then she looks at you and she's like, "Ah," and like runs away.
It's
Are
just
you okay, Wayne? You look a little peaky.
Disheveled.
I try and prestidigitate you to clean you up. It doesn't do
It
anything.
doesn't work.
Oh, what happened?
What?
I
Is
hold
there
up
something in my
mirror.
teeth?
I
There's
just
a
have
lot of
it,
things
so-
in your teeth.
Got holes.
Dante's coming with licked fingers. Like, get over here. What's up with you, man?
Yes.
I think you're all crazy is what is happening.
But I'll go to the front and I'll pay for that.
You're
Very
gonna
good.
buy me?
You're priceless. I can't buy you.
Oh,
all right.
Insight
that's
check.
tender.
I was
It's a ripoff.
I wasn't keeping track of the total price.
I'll just
so
knock it off after. I wrote it all down, so
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
I
as
can
you go-
afford it.
But-
Yeah. You,
Nevertheless, let's at least try to maybe
If you would
haggle
like
a
to,
little.
you're more
Just
than
to-
welcome
may,
to.
may I just do a little haggle roll just to see if I can get her a better price?
you can try.
I'm
I
fine.
will say, as you go to cash out, the person running the register at the front looks. They're wearing like this vest. They seem very tired working up there.
I've just been holding a bag of pretzels and just casually munching while walking around. Haven't really said anything. Hasn't paid for it either.
All right, we're buying in bulk here. So what's let's get us a discount for buying bulk, please. And what would I do? A persuasion, perhaps?
Yeah, you can certainly try.
I will do a persuasion roll and give myself a guidance.
I can't get ingredients for brownies here, can I?
Total of 14.
As going, you can see the employee's eyes kind of glaze over, and then he just very monotone. I'm sorry, sir. Company policy says I can't alter the prices without manager approval. And our manager's on lunch break right now.
When's he gonna be back?
I don't know.
Sorry, Amelia, I tried.
That's all good.
Okay,
I'm fine with that.
okay. I like your confidence. That's good.
I'm gonna pay for his pretzels as well.
I've just been
Okay.
standing in line waiting.
And
I was
also,
gonna-
and also a disguise
You don't
kit
have
for
to.
this one,
Okay.
pointing to Cosmo.
Oh yeah,
Hello.
disguise kit. What else did you have?
Colored pencils.
Disguise kit.
And I can't get ingredients for brownies here, can I?
Not here. Most of like the edible stuff here is more like dried things, you know, your survival foods, your canned goods, your, you know, like preserved foods, you know, rations,
I should
dried things.
probably restock my rations. Yeah, I'll restock my rations.
You finished all your gorilla?
Yeah, a long time ago. I've been surviving off of bug meat.
Still crackers.
Bug meat,
And
stale crackers, and
and
chocolate
muffins.
muffins. The diet of a hero.
The
Only
diet
thing
of
it's
this
missing
hero.
is Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Not a sponsor.
All right.
Were you gonna buy out your own stuff, Wayne?
Oh yeah, I already paid for it.
Oh, alright.
I was
Okay,
going to
so
buy
yeah.
my own stuff as well. I mean,
Oh.
It's too late. It's already done.
no!
Oh,
Too
I'm
late.
like grabbing the receipt from him.
I got all the bags in
I'm
one.
too slow.
I don't let anyone help me carry it. Just one trip.
Yeah.
Is this the only employee that's here right now? Is there like another person?
No,
who looks more awake?
it's really well staffed. Like, there's probably like 6 registers, and then
Okay.
probably like over a dozen clerks going around stocking shelves and stuff.
Okay, I want to go find one that looks like maybe they've been left in charge because the manager's gone.
It's very easy to spot.
Okay.
It's the only one not in there. The only one seemingly not a teenager or you know,
Dead inside.
dead inside. Yeah. So you go up and it's this half elven lady, like a perky ponytail and stuff, just like, "Hi, how can I help you?"
Hello. I noticed you had a good selection of bags and satchels and such. Do you happen to know any that I could get that are enchanted to hold more than what it looks like it should?
Oh well,
Oh, you mean like one of these?
we currently don't have anything like that. However, when we do, our supplier is the Arcanorium, just about halfway down the block that way. Sometimes if they don't have room in their store, they'll sell it through us and get some get a little bit of a kickback. But we don't have any in stock right now in our store.
I actually
Alright,
bought
well-
their last bag of holding.
Oh, all right.
You can
Thank you.
you can store some of your stuff here if you want.
I would very much appreciate that. I don't think I could even carry this backpack.
Yeah, you can put it inside here if you'd like. That's okay.
Okay, thank you. I would appreciate it.
Do we have any
Well-
idea how expensive, like what are the bird things called that people use to transport? Any idea how expensive those
A
might
pigeon.
be? Yeah, that no.
Wait, the things
The
that you
terror
said.
bird that
Oh,
people ride.
axe
Instead of
beaks.
horse, axe beaks.
Oh,
Those.
axe
100
instead
gold
of
ahead.
birds.
Can we get
Oh
one?
right, that's right. And the rest of the
Not
body.
bad.
Okay. 100 gold ahead. Might be.
Or
worth
was it
looking into.
200?
Let's go with 100.
I believe it was like in the realm of 100, because yeah, it was around the same price as a riding horse, but a bit more expensive because they're slower but can put up more of a fight. Yep, 100 gold.
Yeah.
Because the riding horse is 75.
You're wanting to buy an axe beak?
An axe beak with maybe a small cart just to carry some of our heavier things and
Should
make
we go
life
check
more
that out then?
luxurious.
For player reference, there is also, if you want an alternative thing, there is also the train that can take you all the way from Storasill to the southern tip. Alabast, stopping at Amelia. You would know this. The railroad stops at
Dodge.
Let me just go into this. So yeah, the railroad starts in Storysill, and then works its way down south to down south through the Saltlands, stopping at Clifftown, and then going down further southeast. Going through a couple small villages until it ends up at Seaside, which is the Navy port town of Alabast, and then it turns right, heading west, near the around the other side of the massive volcano, to Ashwendell, and then loops back around, and then goes back up to Storysill. So that is also an alternative.
Do you know where we're wanting to go? Is it better to go by this axe beak or by the train?
That's probably something that's good to talk about, yes. Where are we going?
I don't know.
You don't just have places you're going to?
Well, we each have our own little individual journeys that we're making, but it doesn't necessarily have a specific destination in mind. Do I know where my tax guy is from? Do you think
the closest, you don't know specifically, but just looking at the map here, the closest city, the closest major city would be Ashwendell. Ashwendell is there, and then the next closest one is actually in almost the opposite direction, being Thurndwald. So it really depends on the route you want to take.
Right. So I have my own thing, but
We could always go say hi to the Iron Assholes. They're in Ashwendell.
Wait, who?
How do we even know that?
Because they told us.
Wayne's just a stalker. He's just that kind of guy.
They posted it on
On face scroll, okay?
Phase 2.
But yeah, no, they told us that's where they were going. You could always go and mess with them a little bit.
We can look for work as well. That's a very common adventurer sort of lifestyle, is find a place where they are giving out work and get a whole bunch that we can do at once and return and get payment. That's the simple life of adventuring. Usually doesn't go that well, for us at least.
Additionally,
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're saying other things I want to hear.
There are also jobs available with a certain seedy character that actually gave us that staff of webs.
This is true.
That you have. Can't recall his name.
Gavin.
Egon? Or no, what the, no. Who
It is
it?
Grimshaw, but
Grimshaw.
I will say this. I will say this, Vivi. One thing you do know with him is specifically with your current deal with him, he will reach out to you when the time is right.
True, but it's possible if we approach him, perhaps he's got something else that we could all do that's maybe a little different.
Potentially a place to find work, yes. Not a bad idea.
I hear typically your first adventure is like saving a kitten from a tree, or like going out and protecting a pack of wolves or something. People from
Mine
wolves.
was fighting off a cave bear.
That's way more intense, but amazing.
Dante,
but
Dante did most of the work.
He's blushing. I mean, he's bluffing. He's blushing, I guess, too.
You can't tell from all that dirt, though.
My hero.
Are you holding your breath?
But-
Are you okay? Like, what's going on?
I'm willing to do whatever is good. Maybe not something incredibly deadly, since
Right, let's
I
try
would
and
like to
keep
not
it
die.
Yeah.
simple for a while.
Keep it simple
maybe.
enough, yeah.
I
We just
will.
dealt with
I will say.
Aliens.
I will say there is one thing, Dante. This would be kind of common knowledge for you as well. But one thing is, with mercenary groups being as prevalent as they are within the country, each like the 4 biggest cities within here, so within Albas, so that's every city except for Clifftown and Thurnwald, really. So basically the city of Bastrolis to the north of Storacel, Storacel itself, Seaside, and Ashwindell do have basically public areas for people to make job listings for mercenaries and odd jobs and stuff. And admittedly, majority of them are very low stakes. Like, we're talking things like getting out of a tree for like 2 copper and stuff. Most of the higher paying jobs are going to be posted by wealthy individuals or the city themselves. But the most lucrative ones are the ones where you are sought out personally.
Oh.
Well, Amelia, what are you comfortable with? Do you want to do something that, we would normally do on the daily, or do you want to do something that you feel comfortable with first, or what would you like?
I feel like I will be fine with any option. I do believe, though, that we should get as far away from town as possible before my parents hear about this, because they will be coming.
I'm on board with that.
Before we do, though, I do
Little
wish
tailback.
to send off a letter to maybe keep them off of my trail for just a little bit. Or bring them right here. Either way, we should get out of here as soon as I send it.
Okay.
But I'm fine with either. Just, I imagine you guys would understand something maybe not too... Like what we just did, I would very much not like to have that happen again. Or until I feel maybe more comfortable.
Sure.
I don't think any of us were very comfortable with that.
Okay, that's good. I didn't know if that was normal for
Yeah.
you or not.
If you're talking about what we're thinking of, that was pretty extreme.
Mm-hmm.
Erica, you're
Very
muted.
Good to know.
Got it. Because
So-
it's just like, I wasn't conscious for most of it, so.
I say we go down to Ashrundel, switch things up a little bit. Maybe we could go the long route and check out some of the other towns. I mean, Thurnwald and Storacil are really the only towns I've been to. I would be interested in seeing more.
Let
I
us
like
do that then.
exploring. Yeah, I like exploring.
So do we
This
want
is
to just
great.
head down there, or do we want to get a job that ends down there? Maybe an escort mission, something like that, or?
I mean, if there is an escort mission, we could look for that.
Is there any sort of like local jobs boards we could go look at?
Yeah. Isn't it that like last time it
Look
was
who did
around
one.
the sheriff's office.
Is there like a help wanted board, perhaps at the local law enforcement?
Dante, you would know. Yeah, there's that, and then there's also like those job listings, and most of the mercenary job listings are more, I guess, task oriented in terms of like, I need this specific thing done, I need this guarded, I need there's monsters going around here. However, if you look through the law enforcement stations, usually have bounties on wanted criminals that you can go and collect. Some dead, some alive, some dead or alive.
We could be bounty hunters.
Things like that. So that is an avenue. So really, and this is Dungeon Master to the players. You guys kind of decide what kind of things you want to do, and I'll try my best to cater towards that and have it work towards the narrative as well.
What? Here's what I suggest: if our goal is to head down to another city, perhaps we can find like a job where we are protecting like a caravan or something like that.
There's always traders.
Yeah. As in protecting the traders?
Protecting people. It would give me good practice being a protector, you know.
That's right. We'd be traveling and we'd be protecting folk.
Yeah, that sounds really
lovely.
nice. Yeah, sounds a lot better than what we've been doing.
You should tell me what you've been doing along our journeys.
Slaying
Tell me all the things you've done.
vampires.
Once we've
And
already
my
left, you have no
players.
choice but to continue.
There was and then we
There's no
ate gorilla
undo
meat.
All right. So,
Also, there was this one time with a scorpion, and like Vivi's
There's-
like going on and on.
At
Yeah,
some
you'd be a good
point,
storyteller.
I do want to kind of like quietly pull Artavan aside. Just whenever that a good point for that is.
Okay.
all right. You can go ahead and do that now. I am going
Do that
to
now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull something up for audience reference. I won't have the invite link for you guys, so you guys will have to look at my stream on Zoom to see it once it comes up. But I'm just gonna pull up Foundry so you guys have a map reference.
Also,
Okay.
did you see the message I sent you, Gavin?
I did not. Did you send
It's
it on
in
Discord
it's in
or-
Zoom.
In Zoom? Okay.
Yeah, I just sent you a private message.
So Artavan,
Oh, that makes
you
it all the way
remember
over there.
you remember how Cosmo died? So I've been practicing with a lot of things, just each night, and I think I might have found a way to replicate the spell that those priests did.
Are you trying to kill her again? What are you?
No, but
Oh, the ones that.
in
saved
order
her.
in order
Okay.
to be able to do it, I would need to find diamonds. But I'm a little bit short on money. Is there any chance I could borrow a little bit of money? But if we could keep it between the two of us.
Well, how much are you needing?
Like 50 to 75 gold.
Yes, I can help with that.
Okay, 50 or 75?
I'll do 63.
63.
That was a private conversation then.
That was a
Yeah.
private conversation.
They care about me.
Because we're going to need it with our new recruit.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
We don't want them fathers coming after us.
For things like this.
If you thought
yes, I'd
one
be
dad
happy
was
chip
gonna be
in.
scary if you hurt his little girl, try two.
Two of them who both love me to death.
All right. So
Maybe we'll get more.
I do at some point want to kind of sneak away and go to the jeweler's, and I already know where it is because we were with Vivi when he went there.
We can go send my letter while you're doing that.
Cosmo will probably want to go to wherever she can get ingredients because she wants to make chocolate stuff.
Wayne, are you
Brownies.
are you actually attempting
Sneakily.
to sneak away?
To sneak away.
unnoticed?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
Go. You have to get past our
Yeah,
passive, right?
Passive perception.
yeah.
Oh,
Right,
you'll get me
probably.
so easy.
Mine
You
isn't
know-
actually that bad. Unless you walk on my left side.
I only got a 10 to the stealth.
Oh yeah,
We're
I
all just
noticed.
watching you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you guys going?
No, I'm just gonna walk away. Oh, I have to go do something really quick.
Oh, okay.
Do you want any help, Wayne?
Yeah,
No, I'm
Wayne, do you
okay,
need
thank
help?
you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to be getting some stuff for brownies
All right, I would say
and muffins.
We're not
I
gonna
would
see him
say,
again.
Cosmo, if you want to get like all the supplies, I would say probably about 5 silver could cover you,
Yeah.
unless you want to get like a ridiculous excessive amount.
Don't forget to buy like aluminum
well,
foil.
this
so we
is
can make a
Cosmo we're
makeshift
talking
can.
about.
So
Yeah,
this is
how much money
Hobo
do you
dinners,
want to
yeah.
spend?
How much money do I have?
I don't know.
I need to do precise calculations on that, but you definitely have enough. What I have is the big pool that's both of our money, Erica, and I need to actually like check that against what your debt was before. But as
Can
of right
I
now,
spend 50 gold on this?
absolutely.
Yes,
Oh.
you
Going to
got buy
spend
out the
50 gold
entire
on this.
bakery.
If you want to spend
Yeah!
50 of your gold, yeah, you got it.
I would
Sure.
say
Absolutely.
you are now. So let's just do this for a sake. Won't get too deep into it, so we'll keep it brief. But I will say you managed to find a bakery supply shop, a kind of a bakery supply shop known as the
Baker's dozen.
I love it. Yes, the baker's dozen.
Yeah.
I love it. And it's run by a small a halfling woman
Uh-huh.
named Tilly, and you are now her favorite customer because you literally bought out her whole stock she had in there. And so
Yay.
as you're leaving, she's like, "Oh, bye, sweetheart. You have a great day."
You do.
So what does that look
like,
like coming out of that
It
bakery?
looks like one of the world's most fit bodybuilders coming out with sacks of flour and chocolate supplies and baking
Man.
supplies and baking
It's that
tools.
sister from.
Yeah, and baking
Oh, what's that Disney
tools.
movie?
Kaz was holding so much.
Yeah, it looks like a bodybuilder, like something you'd see in the
Yeah.
Olympics. Just
We
Yes.
might need to get a card.
yeah. Get that-
While you're staying here, I don't know what's going on.
I will carry this
All
the
right.
whole way.
He's just all right.
Wayne,
guess
you can
this is
go
happening.
ahead and
if we do
and,
not get one.
go you can go to that to the jeweler that Vivi sold those gems to and get what you need. And then
So he does have them in supply.
for one cast, yes.
Okay, that's what I was wanting.
Yeah.
That's all I have. So
Yeah. So yes. And then are the rest of you going to look at job listings?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay.
We're
So-
gonna go deliver your letter and then job listings.
That should be one of the last things we do, though, because then it'll
Okay.
give more time for us to leave.
I'm gonna get so good
Smart.
at baking, y'all.
Well, probably. I mean, we're probably going to stay one more night and then first thing in the morning leave.
Okay,
You could send
I'll
it.
send
off
it
in the
tomorrow morning then.
So yeah. But I'm gonna go to the battle map cam, show the map. And so I didn't get the invite link. So can you guys see the map on my thing
Yeah.
on the Zoom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
you are up here in Storasil.
Mm-hmm.
The rail system. So there's
What's
several
that?
ways. There's several ways you can go. Ashwindell is down here. The closest city to the burning coast here down to the south. So you have several routes that you can take. If you want to take the train is going to go southeast through the Saltlands. And I will say this: I'll put this in the context of some of the job listings that you're looking at. So, the train will go southeast of the Saltlands, and we'll go past a small settlement through there, and then cut down through a tunnel through the cliff to Cliff Town right here.
Yes.
And
cliffs.
then once it starts again, it will kind of inch along the shining coast here until it transitions into the burning coast, till you get down to the port city of Seaside, and then after Seaside, it takes a hard right and goes over to
Right into Andrew.
into the to Ashwindell, and it loops up.
Can you
there
bump
we
it
go.
up? Thank
yeah,
you.
now
There
the
we
audience can
go.
see it. And so it's gonna loop down
They were just
to-
gonna land on an egg.
Yeah, to Ashwindell. I was
Good dirty
I
one.
was like right over to Andrew. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? What? And it's going to loop back up and then reconnect and then make that same trip. And there are on this rail line, it goes in both directions. There are 2 trains active at all times, and they're usually on opposite ends.
Well, perhaps. Do you know if the train has its own protection? Do they have agents to protect the passengers and the goods?
Valuable cargo.
What can we offer
I
ours?
believe so. You probably already have that in place.
It is a relatively new thing, so none of you have that knowledge on hand.
I don't think
in
I've
the
seen
terms
a
of the
train in my
security.
life.
None of you have.
Uh-oh.
This is the first one.
Yo, that's cool.
Heard about it then.
I've read all about it.
So
It was in
So,
the
yeah.
newspapers.
And so in the terms of the job listings that you find, there is a bounty on a gang of axe-beak riding outlaws that are out roaming somewhere within the Saltlands, which is a sand dune desert, but instead of sand, it's salt. So there's a bounty out there. There is also a job posting of... Oh, and that bounty will pay 100 gold per head of the gang member, plus 250 for the leader. And there's supposed to be eight gang members, including the leader. And they are simply known as the Stockton Gang.
100 gold per head plus what was the other?
100 gold per head plus 250 for the head of the leader. The head is the term, but it is dead or alive. To be brought to the law offices in either Storasil or Clifftown, just whatever works best. There are as they're going, you do hear as word travels pretty fast within this country, thanks to the trains. Thanks to the trains, you do hear of fairly recent pirate activity off the coast of Seaside that have been hassling some of the remaining navy, as most of the navy is currently further up the coast, further north. So for Seaside, the navy's a bit on the smaller end in terms of manpower at the moment. You also see a job listing to help a prospector make a delivery down through the Great Ravine to a mining town down there. And then the last one that kind of catches your eye is there have been sightings of strange monsters lurking around the Steaming Valley, which is this kind of whole region between the Great Ravine and the volcano. So like north of the volcano right here.
Gavin, can you give me the rewards for pirates, prospector, and monster sightings?
The pirates seems to be a find what you keep. kind of a job. Keep what you find. The prospector is offering 500 gold for a successful delivery. And then
just as a flat total.
Just as a flat total.
Yep.
And then the monster one is more of a notice. And it is more of a notice. It doesn't have any reward associated with it, but is, something that explorers might be interested in. And so this one was just like, hey, I would say that one is more like a beware kind of a deal. But there's no specific job or reward posted.
Wayne just wrote, no reward, underlined 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd eventually make my way back to you guys.
Amelia.
Yes.
I was just looking over the different jobs that we were looking at here. And if you're interested in doing something that is right now, at least at this level, the least danger potential, I would venture a guess that there's a prospector who wants some help just getting his delivery down to a certain area. You really never know what we're gonna bump into, but based on the jobs we're seeing, that one has the potential to be the least dangerous, I think.
Well, I will take your expertise and knowledge as fact in this moment. If everybody's fine with that, I don't mind doing that one at all.
Really, I would actually refer you to Dante in terms of like the expertise. Just this is just my opinion. I think he'd probably be a little more experienced in that.
I mean, the gang members,
department.
that's 950 gold total.
The gang members,
that's almost double.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's true. It would be we'd be taking some people down.
It is less safe though.
Our 6 versus their 8, easy.
It's a good payday.
So the other thing to keep in mind is on foot, and just given the terrain and just the speed of axe beats is going to be relatively somewhat close to the same pace. But the on foot, each one of these squares is going to be 1 day's travel. So the prospector one is just going to go straight south. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 9.5 to 10 days of travel. However, the train leaving from Storasil to Clifftown is going to be about 3 days of travel. If that
and that's Clifftown is where the gang
they're
is.
Somewhere in the
they're
salt
somewhere
lands.
in the salt lands between Clifftown.
Is there a
and
stop
Storasil.
in the middle of the salt lands that we could get
There's
out of?
no better way.
Yes,
to
there
form
is.
a bond
There is.
with-
There is one stop at a small settlement.
Okay.
There's no better way to form a bond with your team than going on a trip together on foot.
And of course, if we're going to fight a gang, that means we have to coordinate with a dance off. Because when gangs fight, there's always a dance off.
Oh,
Absolutely.
we'll have to
Really?
learn.
Very
I only know
autistic.
how to formally dance.
Yeah, they're just
so you'll
gonna
have to teach
come
me
out from
moves.
behind the boulders and just.
It's all freestyle.
Sharks versus jets.
What's a jet?
One thing, if I might say, I've always wanted to see the ocean. That I would love to go see the ocean.
I'm okay
Well,
not
so
seeing it.
pirates then.
I mean, we could take care of the gangs and then go down to the pirates.
Yeah, let's do 2 and 1 gangs
It's
and
a
pirates.
giant body of water.
one thing to keep in mind, it's unless the jobs are like within city bounds, like I don't know, like hunting hunting a monster in the sewers or something like that. There's no like thing of, oh, this mercenary group is assigned to this job. It's basically
First come, first serve.
First come, first serve. Whoever gets it done first gets the reward. Now, another thing you do know, though, a bit of a risk, Dante, you know this, just given the, given just the nature of the culture here, an extra danger to look out for, especially with bounty hunting, is there are some mercenary groups that take shortcuts, and some of them will go and steal bounties out from under groups, which you've had to, as your time as an officer, you've had to stop certain scuffles with that. And a lot of the gangs that end up on wanted posters end up being those mercenary groups that have, in polite terms, lost their way.
Gotcha.
Worth loads of money.
Someday that could be us. Just imagine how much we'd be worth.
Just a little bit of context and world building and just general knowledge that you, Dante, would know, because as an ex-soldier / officer, you've dealt with these things. You've shown up to make arrests and do things with certain ones of these.
And Amelia, obviously, with combat, we're not going to throw you to the wolves. We'll make sure, that Cosmo and I'll be, taking the brunt end of it, and then you can just help as you need. But don't be thinking that we're just going to throw you in.
And I'll just watch.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yes, I am expecting lots of protection while I am learning. But I appreciate that.
Just stand behind
say,
Vivi, you'll be safe.
Mm-hmm.
It worked very well in the last battle.
Yeah.
I do not particularly like the one about the monsters or the pirates. The other two seem fine though.
Well, perhaps the gang members, that would be very lucrative, but it could still be dangerous. And if that's the thing that you wanted to avoid, then perhaps we ought to stick with the prospector.
I want to avoid the pirates too.
Okay,
That's
no pirates.
2 votes for against pirates.
I don't want to go near the ocean.
How about this? I propose let's do the gang members, and let's make an agreement that we bring them in alive. Perhaps we can turn them around. Perhaps they can be rehabilitated.
I like your thinking, Phoebe. Yes, let's do that.
This would be a good.
They could probably be rehabilitated in the afterlife as well.
That was grim.
But is he
That's a
wrong?
point, though. He's got a point. He's not wrong.
I found our thumbnail quote.
The pros depends who you believe in.
If we're gonna go after a gang that rides on top of mounts, do you think maybe we need some too? Something to ride?
Oh, we could take this.
I mean,
Well,
we could always
ride on
take
Oliver?
the train to the settlement and then maybe buy an axe beak off of somebody in a cart.
Yeah,
That way we
that
can
what-
ride
that-
the train part of the way.
and I
So
can
the-
have a place to put all my ingredients.
Do we need to come?
She's still holding them, by the way.
Yeah, we
We need
probably
to-
need to bring them back, if that's what you're gonna ask. Sorry.
We would have to bring him back. Yeah, I
Yep.
don't know if it's a good idea for me to come back to the city right away.
Hmm.
'Cause this is what they'll be looking
They
for
can
me.
be delivered to Clifftown as well.
All right. Yeah. As long as there's another place, I think we just need to stay away from Storesil for a while once we leave.
The law enforcement is like connected countrywide, so they do communicate with each other.
Awesome.
So yeah.
Well, I'm
Cool.
willing. You'll protect me. I'll get a grand experience with some vigilante justice. We'll see how it goes.
Yes.
That was
Sounds good.
I mostly want to just see how the world works. And how people think and what they do. So if we could talk to them and ask them why they are the way they are, I would appreciate
You're not
that too.
crazy.
Maybe we could settle it just calmly up front, peacefully.
Yeah,
Wouldn't that be a thing?
it would be great.
I don't know how to do that.
All you have to do is be yourself.
No, don't do that.
You'll
Don't.
No, Wade is a great
You
person.
see my head
It will
start
work.
glowing.
No, I mean your inquisitive self.
All
You know what
right.
I mean.
By the way, Amelia, if you are worried about danger, maybe you could hold on to this. It's actually been quite useful. And I'll pull out my horn of silent alarm.
Oh. Thank you. What does it do?
So basically, if you blow the horn and you just think of the person that wants to hear it, one person can hear it from very far away. That way you could, if you got separated or something like that, you could call for Dante and he could run and help you.
I'm
It's
pretty
Dante
sure.
the quickest of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
He runs with the wind. He's very fast. He does a Naruto run.
Slow.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
It's right
Just
there.
dad bod Naruto run.
Yeah. Yes. It's gotta be censored, as a run.
Even the
I want to see.
I love to think it's like in How to Train Your Dragon when it goes slow motion. You have the chubby guy on his dragon. He's like,
Fish legs.
yeah, fish legs, and he's like jiggling in slow motion. Best thing
Yes.
ever.
Oh my gosh, yes.
But yeah, if you want to add that to your inventory, I'll
Okay.
remove it from mine.
Were you saying something, Sean?
Artavan fully thinks that horn is just broken.
It's
like, all right. It's Wayne. Wayne is Wayne.
All right. So, with that,
I just got to buy a dog whistle for you.
Oh, I do quick bursts of speed. I'd be there so fast.
Yeah, Vivi could probably hear it too.
So with that, there is after it doesn't take too long searching because it's kind of like the talk of the city a little bit. Your train tickets are going to cost you 5 gold per stop, or you can spend 50 gold and just get a pass for a year.
Oh, would you guys like a year pass? I can buy that.
I mean, if you're offering, that would be nice.
That
Yeah.
sounds very nice of you.
It'll be good in the long time.
That'll be a
It'll be
lot more
good.
travel we can do, and then we can get around different places.
Yeah, I will buy one. Is it for everyone? It's like a family pass.
No, it is a one per person deal.
Okay,
Ooh.
so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
That's
6.
300
So that's
gold.
300. Okay, I'll pay for that.
Vivi is like mouth hanging open after hearing these prices. Like,
Would I get a bonus? Would I get it like a? Since I'm buying
bundle,
like
a family
6 all at the
deal?
same time, could I get like a family pass bundle? or
yeah, can we
something?
get a family pass for buying 6? Just repeating what she said, but like,
Yeah,
trying to
with
pour on the
that,
time.
I would say the ticket clerk is just like, I feel like that might be.
I'm
good
gonna look
idea, but we
extremely
literally-
pretty.
Yeah, it's like, but we literally
Please.
Me too.
like finished the trains opened like 2 weeks ago. I don't know how this stuff works. I'm sorry.
We are a great family. Give us a family pass.
I don't know what a family pass is.
Wow, you're lonely. Sorry.
What's a family?
What time of
Okay.
year is it right now?
It is. I believe we said it was
Tuesday.
getting into starting on Summer's Crest, I believe.
It's getting really hot. That's all I
Wait,
remember.
I believe you said it was midsummer.
Oh yes, it was midsummer. That is correct. Yeah.
Ugh.
I
It is
remember because I
midsummer.
thought, oh, Midsummer Night's Dream.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so
Yep. It is
Good
midsummer.
300 gold.
It's a good.
Go ahead and roll.
Persuasion?
No. Somebody roll a just to see. Roll a because I can't remember. Somebody roll a d20 and somebody roll a d10.
I'll do a 10.
All right.
I'll do a 20.
I'll do the D. Okay, she'll do the D20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a 1.
I got
Alright.
a 7.
All right. All right. So we'll say it is the 8th. 1 plus 7. It is the 8th of midsummer. Each month has 30 days.
Nice. Okay.
Cool.
So
I'm writing down the date in the description so then that we know exactly when it expires.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's for sure
I'm-
there's no way to get a discount then. It has to be flat.
it is too new of a concept. They're still figuring out.
Okay,
how it
300
works.
gold.
It's just one
It is.
pass for 6
It means
people.
we're helping them. It means we're helping them out with the new project.
It's like I would say the staff around the trade yard, like, it's like, oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, well, definitely. Yeah. And so they start like conferring. There's focus group like studiers.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll like
Alright.
buy them all and I'll hand everybody one. You have to sign your signature on it so that they know it's yours.
Wow.
All right.
I did get one for
Nice.
Princess, but I think we can pass her off as a
No,
pet.
yeah.
So one other thing with the passes have a list of what's included on there. So you get lodging, and conveniently, with the lodging that is, of course, yeah, it's like pretty tightly packed bunk beds, but it should fit each of you all in one room. So yeah, you'll have beds to sleep on during the ride. Food is not complimentary, but there are food and drink cars to go. So there's bars and stuff on there. You also get a certain amount of cargo space. So you will be able to fit like a cart and stuff on it. However, any cattle or animals you bring along, you will have to pay for feed yourself. But other than that, like they will feed them. You just have to provide the food. But yeah, they'll.
Well, I've got a sack full of rats, but I'm not telling anybody.
Yeah, no, I'm talking like if you had an axe beak, yeah.
Okay.
What,
We have lots of
Excuse me.
bread to feed them. Yeah.
So yeah, so with that, sake of expediency, we can go ahead. You take your own copy of that bounty hunting job, and then
Oh, I need to send the letter before we. That's
Yeah.
tomorrow, right?
yeah, tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
And
And
I would
since-
say who's going into the law office to
Wayne,
get it?
obviously.
Me.
Was
Me.
this happening
What?
Good
while
person.
while you were diamond shopping, or
I
after?
could.
Well,
I don't
no,
know.
because you guys had to discuss it to pick which one.
Oh,
so-
yeah.
So yeah,
Mhm.
but
The law office is to do what?
to get the
pick the job?
copy of the bounty paperwork to get
Oh
your
yeah, I mean,
copy
I
of it.
was looking
Yeah,
for
BB.
work there, so
Well,
that was.
The other thing is I was already wanting to go there to add Amelia to our group.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
Do I have to be
wait,
with you
that
to
wouldn't
do
be the
that?
law office,
No,
would
that's
it?
all. I'm talking like law offices is like the sheriff's place. It like
Which was probably close to City Hall.
yes, it is. But
Yeah, so
Yeah.
yes.
so yeah, Wayne, you go in with the revolving doors. You go up and add Amelia to it. Amelia, are you with him for this?
If I have to be there, I'll be there.
You don't have to be. He can sign on for you.
No, I want to sign my signature. I've worked
okay.
for like 120 years on it, so.
Fair enough. Right, and then who is?
Nice.
While we would be going through, I would be like telling you. So it's almost like I'm giving you like a pseudo tour of the City Hall of what my experience was the first time.
Which is the
I've
lobby
been here
and-
before.
which is the lobby
So
and
have I.
floor.
Yeah,
Um,
with the passes, since Cosmo doesn't know how to write, she would just put a little doodle of her phoenix.
oh,
cute.
I love it.
Yeah.
I
Um,
squiggled. I definitely just squiggled.
Alright.
Yeah.
So,
Nobody checks anyway.
as So as you're going, so you fill out the paperwork and then get all that done, and then you head to the law offices right there. So we got Amelia, Wayne, and Vivi, correct?
Yes.
All right. So
Okay, sure.
yeah. So as you're all there, after discussing with the group and going over the job postings and stuff that you saw, you go and you rip that copy of it.
By the way, I'm going to tell them to send the badge to Cliffside.
Okay.
The extra badge.
Okay.
Just to the law office there.
Okay. Yeah, that can definitely be done. So as you're as you go, you grab the paper on there. And before you head out, you see a familiar face there as you see the tall Furbolg and Cromwell kind of clocks in. He's like, oh, yes, perfect. Hello, Wayne. I was hoping I could catch you. See you're already getting back to work.
Right. Yeah, we're about to go head down to the salt lands.
Leaving town. Well, then I am glad I caught you when I did. Well, after recent events, Her Majesty saw it fit to offer me a promotion to Inquisitor. That came with a hefty bonus, but if I'm being quite honest, I don't feel I thanked each of you well enough for the help that you offered in recent events, and also for helping my friend Haslam over in Thornwald. So I popped on over to, I know you lot have been visiting there a few times, so I popped on over to the Arcanorium and asked the proprietor there if there was anything that your lot specifically had anything their eye on, and, well, he reaches into his pocket and holds out his hand as if to hand you something.
I take it.
And as you open it, you see a ring, a polished steel ring with a shield on it, with the emblem of a shield on it. It's like, well, she disclosed to me that that your friend Audavon was interested, or as she put it, the scary wolf man in armor.
Yeah, that's
Probably
Artavan.
Vivi. It's probably Vivi. Yeah.
I don't know a scary wolf man.
So, as my gift to you, saying thank you, could you please deliver that to Audavon for me?
Yeah, we can give it to Artavan.
Thank you. And genuinely, I can't thank you enough, but if things start picking up again, then not much I can do to reach you, but so I'll just have to get Bjorn to do it. So.
And speaking of him, I mean, no matter what anyone else does, I'm in for the long haul with everything that's going on. Bjorn says it's what I need to do, and that's what I'll do.
He doesn't speak for the company, however, so just him.
I appreciate it. Well, we'll do our best to keep you up to date, but for now things seem quiet. We'll have to confer with our with Guthric and our contact up in the Blighted Lands. But it seems for now we've managed to delay the clock. Well, if you're leaving the city, get yourself some fresh air because it can get quite stuffy here.
Oh, I quite like it. I'm gonna miss the city.
Artavan in the distance. I'm not.
I just gotta shudder.
Well, best of luck to you. And he's gonna give you a nod and turn and leave.
Wayne, Wayne,
Yes.
who was that man?
Oh, he's a friend. I don't know if we can explain it here, but you'll probably need to know this. Just remember the phrase "dark roots wither." It might come in handy at some point.
Okay, just sorry. He mentioned Her Majesty. Which Majesty is that?
Oh, the Queen of Alabast.
Next time we see him, would you please introduce me?
Oh, sure. I'm sure we'll see him soon enough, and then I'm gonna start walking.
Okay.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
All right. So as you start heading out, you can all go ahead and take a long rest. Luckily, there's post offices in every major district of the city, so on your way over, you it's easiest thing to drop it off at a postal service, at a courier service.
You want me to read it? I wrote it out.
Well, I will leave that up to you. If you feel like it is something the audience would want to hear, or if you want it to be revealed later, you can save it for later.
I think I could just share it.
Alrighty, go
It's just
ahead
kinda fun.
and share the letter that you were sending.
Okay, it's real short. It says, Papa, I'm going to head out and experience the world for myself. I know you would not approve, which is why I will be sending this letter to Father. I will be careful and will respond promptly to any messages you send me. I want to do this to better myself. You might not understand why I feel the need to do this, but please trust me. I love you. Your lovely daughter, Amelia.
All right.
Does she read this out loud, or does
No.
She's writing it out.
Dear
No,
diary.
that's for you guys to kind of know and for
Okay.
the audience to know.
And I would say, if Dante's spending the night at his apartment, I would say this offers ample opportunity for Amelia to see Dante's abode, which
Right.
is
Oh,
It is such a
Let me
palace.
just. She prestidigitates a corner.
it makes it worse because that one
Wait, the
tiny
carpet is
clean
that
area. That one tiny clean area versus the stains that surround it, the water damage, mostly from the pipe and like the steam that comes off of them, and just the general area of the city and stuff. It's just
So your magic can change the color of things. That's really impressive.
It cleans it.
Well, it's not like the rest of the house. Like that's red. What
That's
we're seeing
what
here
it's
is
supposed
gray.
to look like in here.
I think that's blue over there.
but yeah.
If you give me a week,
It was
I'm turning
white
this
when we
place
first
spotless.
bought it.
My corner is fuzzy.
so as
Very true.
so you can all take a long rest.
Before we do the long rest, though, I would talk to Artavan. I'd be like, "Hey, Artavan, we ran into Inspector Cromwell, and he said he didn't give us enough thanks before, so he went ahead and he bought this for you."
Duffo?
And you can add a ring of protection into your inventory.
Yeah.
It's
so
the one that you
cool.
wanted to
He's
buy at the
genuinely
magic shop.
impressed. Whoa. Okay.
He got a bonus for his promotion
I
and
like
decided
him
to spend it
again.
on Artaban.
Aw, that's so sweet.
I'm not
That
used
is
to wearing
sweet.
jewelry, but let's hope
It
this
looks
thing
good
works.
on you.
With how your thing is,
It's very dashing.
it blends in almost as you attune to it because it does require attunement. It almost seems to seamlessly blend in with your armor and like fit to match your finger
Whoa.
perfectly comfortably.
That's cool.
Can't get it off.
Ooh. Yeah, Cosmo's just comfortable
Yeah, you're
now that
like
she's
you're
back
like
in
me
her
in
old
real life,
clothes.
where the knuckle
Yeah.
is bigger right here, and
Exactly.
so you can't get it off.
Also, prior to the long rest, Vivi excuses himself, takes his sack of rats outside, takes it over just to the nearest like small park, lets them out, plays with them, plays some music for them. And although he does not speak rat or small beast, he wants to give them the impression that they have a choice to be with him,
All
that he
right.
doesn't want to force them to stay.
Okay, make a persuasion check, and if you recast the charm, if you want to do that, they got a -1. So
So I do want to recast, but I also want to play this off like he's giving them choice. So persuasion check and cast.
yeah.
It'll be a 22 for the persuasion check.
Oh.
So you get the feeling that even despite the charm, they are living the most comfortable they have. They got a nice cozy bedding. They get to cuddle up with each other, and they're getting fed constantly, and they don't have to work for it.
Well, I send them out to forage and have some fun. Get some crawlers, catch some crickets.
Yeah, they'll do that. Some
Live
of
their
them,
good life.
some of them will get dropped fast food, as is customary in the area. They'll come back with a signature meatball from Meatball Mansion.
Yeah.
We have to get some for Amelia.
Okay.
Yes.
I honestly, we should just make Meatball Mansion merch.
Yeah.
What did
We
say?
totally should.
Who runs Meatball Mansion? Wasn't it like a? Was it a bugbear that runs it?
No, it was a Goliath.
It was a Goliath. Yeah.
I think once we collect a lot more money, I think we ought to buy it out. We should just make that our new headquarters.
It's not even a restaurant. It's a food cart.
Oh, it's like a cart.
It's almost like a hot dog stand, but for meatballs. meatball
That's
subs.
amazing.
Yeah.
So
It has
it's
to
more
be
like
really
a meatball
tall to
shack,
fit it,
really.
though, right?
Yeah.
It has to be really tall though to fit a Goliath.
So,
Meatball
Or
Mansion
he's
is
just really hunched over.
Amelia, you are bought.
Unless it's a card that looks like a house.
calling it a mansion
Oh.
is really very. They're hopeful, really.
Amelia, you were handed.
Very optimistic.
It's
Amelia,
the
you were
dream.
handed this brown paper bag where the bottom of it has kind of soaked a little bit. And despite the very obvious grease, it does give off a rather pleasant smell. And as you look in, you see a small sandwich that is stuffed with these meatballs and the sauce on it. And then you see these, definitely with your upbringing, you've never seen or had these, but there's these strange, fried, long yellow things that you have not.
Welcome to luxury.
Yeah.
She's like looks around to see how everyone else eats it.
These are fries.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Get your hands dirty.
She'll try it.
It is very greasy and stuff, but like in terms of real world fast food, it is actually pretty darn good. It almost seems like a super greasy hole in the wall mom and pop shop meatball sub kind of a deal, where it's like
oh, fun.
Now make a deck save to see if it spills out the back.
Yeah, 'cause I don't know how to eat it. No, we'll just say that happens.
Yeah.
I take one bite and it all just falls
Yeah.
out. Oh. Oh.
Vivi keeps catching the meatball with his mage hand and putting it back for her.
Over.
It's
They're,
okay.
they're just
You
like
get
they're like
it.
they're like
I
the
just
penguins
really
that are
don't wanna
going down
hold
like
the
the slide.
bottom.
He just keeps catching them, putting them up on top.
Pretty good. Thank you.
all right. So
Oh.
yeah. So as you go, you can all take that long rest,
Yes,
And
Cosmo's
then-
definitely more comfortable back in her iconic outfit. As comfy as Dante's shirt was.
We'll hang it back up,
The
okay?
best with the
Yeah.
fur. The fur.
Alright, so as you are going, the next day comes, the letter is dropped off, and then those of you that are the strongest of you are carrying most of the stuff, which a lot of it is baking goods that you're now saying.
Yes.
That's
yes,
Cosmos.
yes,
That's
yes,
something.
yes.
Eventually though, you make your way to this large open depot.
Well, how many pounds is the supplies?
A lot. We can
A
worry about that
lot.
later.
Yeah.
We
A
don't
Sorry.
need
lot.
that right now.
Yeah.
And so as you're carrying that around, you make your way to this large depot, and then trolleys come up. You load yourself on the trolleys, and they are loaded onto some cargo cars near the back, and you are met with this large metal contraption, different boxes linked together, each one on wheels, set on a track. And as you're going, and you see people you're on this raised platform, and then after a bit, after some people disembark, other people start climbing on, and you hear this loud, "All aboard!" That was probably extremely loud for the audience, but it is immersive.
Oh, what's happening with the board?
Are we getting on that thing?
Yes.
Cosmo, I think he just called you a piece of wood.
And
Why? I'm not that dense.
and with that, you step on to this strange contraption, and it's almost like stepping into a building. It's not fancy, but not dingy either. With seemingly the most dire events behind you, a new job, a new friend, and new adventures await. You start hearing the subtle as the train begins to move towards the southern horizon. Off. And that's where we're going to end it today.
With Artemon getting sick.
He's just gonna find his spot and stand there.
It helps if you look out the horizon.
All right. Thank you all so much for watching. Admittedly, this episode was a ton of fun for me because I just got to be a nerd and lore dump. I loved it.
Yeah.
It was so much fun for me. All right. So same as usual. Next episode coming in 2 weeks. And then I released the trailer on not Friday, the day before yesterday, but the Friday before, and I plan to have the first episode of Aurora and Expounded uploaded this Friday. So it is Sunday the 10th right now, and then this video is going to go up on YouTube on the 13th. So expect to have that Aurora and Expounded up on the 15th, 16th at the absolute latest. But we'll see. We'll see how my computer's been a bit weird, so we'll see how much it likes me editing. So yeah, keep your eye out for that. Thank you all so much for watching. Thanks once again to all my players for making it so much fun for me to DM. I absolutely love this. And yeah, we will get into the Paragon's adventure next time. So, without further ado, hope you all have a fantastic night, and we will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.